The Belizean Prayer. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And, after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Oath of allegiance of new senators.
Deputy Clerk, kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new senators.
I, Linsford Castillo, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a senator and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
I, Louis Luke Martinez, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a senator and do right to all manner of people without favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
Congratulations to both of you, senators, and welcome to today's sitting.
Announcement by the President.
Good morning. In my announcement at the special sitting of the Senate of January 28, 2021, I had shared some brief thoughts as to how I envisage the journey forward for the Senate. This included elevating the visibility, value, and relevance of the Senate as a gatekeeper to our democracy being that voice of sober second thought, as proficiently coined by Canada's first Prime Minister. On November 28th next month, the National Children's Parliament of Belize will convene. Parliament, by its very definition, refers to the highest legislative authority in a country. For us, it includes the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the Governor General. I am delighted, therefore, to report to this Honorable Chamber that for the first time, the National Children's Parliament of Belize will feature the Senate, as well as the Governor General. Its design is intended to be a teachable moment for both the children and the nation as to how a parliament functions, and as important, its distinct role as one of the three branches of government, the other two being the executive and the judiciary. The design of the Children's Parliament is also intended to distinguish the role of the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the Governor General as both a component and a hierarchical layer of the legislative branch of government, which together defines Parliament. This can enhance appreciation of how the business of the people travels from the people to the lower house, to the upper house, and arrives at the desk of the Governor General. We welcome this collaboration between the National Commission for Families and Children, UNICEF, and the Parliament of Belize. So, honorable senators, look out for some mini-us in Parliament on November 28th. Honorable members, by letter dated 26th October 2021, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the following. 1. General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, Number 6 Bill 2021. General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022, Number 1 Bill 2021. Blue Bonds Loan Bill 2021. National Liquefied Petroleum Gas Project Amendment Bill 2021. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment Number 1 to Loan Agreement Number 025-106-001, Loan Amendment Motion 2021. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 602-023-6004, Loan Amendment Motion 2021. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment Number 1 to Loan Agreement Number 602-023-6005, Loan Amendment Motion 2021. 8. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment Number 1 to Loan Agreement Number 6020-23-6006, Loan Amendment Motion 2021. 9. Government of the Republic of Taiwan, Amendment Number 1 to Amended and Restated Loan Agreement Number 602-023-6007, Loan Amendment Motion 2021. 10. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment Number 1 to Loan Agreement Number 602-023-6008, Loan Amendment Motion 2021. 11. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment Number 1 to Loan Agreement Number 602-023-6009, Loan Amendment Motion 2021. 12. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment Number 1 to Loan Agreement Number 602-023-6010, Loan Amendment Motion 2021. 13. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment Number 1 to Loan Agreement Number 602-023-6011, Loan Amendment Motion 2021. 14. Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment Number 1 to Loan Agreement Number 602-023-6012, Loan Amendment Motion 2021. 15. Inter-American Development Bank Global Credit Program for Safeguarding the Productive Sectors and Employment, US $15.0 million Loan and Guarantee Motion 2021, and 16, Resolution authorizing the purchase and redemption of the Government of Belize US dollar bonds due 2034, the Blue Loan Agreement, the Conservation Funding Agreement, and the Ancillary Agreements, Motion 2021.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Good morning, Madam President and colleagues, and allow me to congratulate the two new temporary senators and welcome them to today's deliberations. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills. 1. General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, number 6 bill. General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022, number 1 bill. Securities Industry Bill 2021, Summary Jurisdiction Offenses Amendment Bill 2021, Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2021, Blue Bonds Loan Bill 2021, National Liquefied Petroleum Gas Project Amendment Bill 2021, Public Health Amendment Number 3 Bill 2021, Carl Houston Memorial Hospital Authority Amendment Bill 2021, Medical Services and Institutions Amendment Bill 2021, Medical Practice Amendment Bill 2021, Antibiotics Amendment Bill 2021, Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021, Social Security Board Amendment Bill 2021, Shops Amendment Bill 2021, Chemists and Druggists Amendment Bill 2021, Dentist Amendment Bill 2021, Opticians Amendment Bill 2021, and Registration of Nursing Homes Amendment Bill 2021. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills to be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number 14/1/14, Supplementary Appropriation number 6 schedule for fiscal year 2021-2021, and number 15/1/14, Supplementary Appropriation number 1 schedule for fiscal year 2021-2022.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the agreement between the Government of Belize and the Government of the Russian Federation on mutual visa exemption for the nationals of Belize and the nationals of the Russian Federation, hereinafter called the agreement, was signed on the 23rd October 2020 in New York City. And whereas the objective of the agreement is to permit nationals of Belize and the Russian Federation who hold valid passports to enter, leave, and transit through and stay in the territory of the other party without visas for a period not exceeding 90 days in any one period of 180 days. And whereas the Government of Belize is desirous of ratifying the agreement pursuant to Article 12 of the agreement, and whereas Section 61A(2)(a) of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act Number 13 of 2008, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the Government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government to ratify the agreement between the Government of Belize and the Government of the Russian Federation on mutual visa exemption for the nationals of Belize and the nationals of the Russian Federation, the full text of which is here to annex. Madam President, this resolution and the agreement are self-evident, and I urge and commend it to the Senate.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, there are 11 motions in relation to the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the government of Belize. And with your leave and the indulgence of this Honorable Senate, I would like to move all these motions together, which are the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment number 1 to Loan Agreement number 025-106-0001, Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 6020236004, and amendments number 1 to Loan Agreement number 6020236005 and number 6020236006, Amendment number 1 to amended and restated Loan Agreement number 6020236007, and amendments to number 1 to Loan Agreement number 6020236008, number 6020236009, number 6020236010, number 6020236011, and number 6020236012, Loan Amendment Motions 2021. With your permission, Madam President, I will not read the recitals. I now move, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that these amendments are in the best interest of the country of Belize, approve and confirm that the government of Belize may enter into Amendment number 1 to Loan Agreement number 025-106-001 with the Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and Amendment number 2 to Loan Agreement number 6020236004, Amendments number 1 to Loan Agreement number 6020236005, and number 6020236006, Amendment number 1 to amended and restated Loan Agreement number 6020236007, Amendment number 1 to Loan Agreement number 6020236008, number 6020236009, number 6020236010, number 6020236011, and number 6020236012, all of the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, Taiwan, on the terms and conditions set out in the motions, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan amendment agreements and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. Madam President, members of the Senate, these amendments are to memorialize the adjustment of the loan repayment on these 11 loans at the request of the government of Belize in order to deal with the financial crisis that we inherited when we were brought to government last year. We asked the government and people of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to extend rather to grant us a holiday on the principal repayment on these loans. Quite magnanimously, they agreed, and as a result, all of these loans, there has been a grace period of 3 years or 2.5 years. And the purpose of these motions is to empower the minister to sign these loan agreements and related documents.
Honorable members, I recognize Senator Osmani Salas.
I will be very brief, Madam, and before that, I want to congratulate our new senators and wish you all the best today. We have a packed agenda, but I just wanted to put on the record and to thank the government and people of Taiwan for being so gracious and so helpful. They are a very strong ally, and I look forward to strengthening ties as we go ahead. So it's just to put on record to say thank you very much to the government and people of Taiwan.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Similarly, thank you, Madam President, and let me join my colleagues in welcoming the two new senators today. Luckily for you, you will have a very light day, and we'll see how it works here in the Senate. Madam President, I'd like to join Senator Salas in expressing from this side of the chamber great gratitude to the people of Taiwan, who have always been a friend to Belize, always been there for Belize, and we wanted to put on record that they recognize that during this period of time, it's not the right thing to be putting the screws to the Belizean people and making demands for loan payments. I hope that the government can learn from the people of Taiwan that when you are in a situation like this, it is not the time to squeeze the people even more. It is a time to give the people some ease. So once again, Madam President, we want to thank the people of Taiwan for this generous accommodation, and we hope that the government will use this breathing space to maximize the efforts it could do for the betterment of the Belizean people. Thank you, Madam President.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that these amendments are in the best interest of the country of Belize, approve and confirm that the government of Belize may enter into Amendment Number 1 to the loan agreement number 025-106001 with the Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 602-023-6004, Amendments Number 1 to Loan Agreements Number 602-023-6055 and Number 602-023-6006, Amendment Number 1 to Amended and Restated Loan Agreement Number 602-023-6007, Amendments Number 1 to Loan Agreements Number 602-023-6008, Number 602-023-6009, Number 602-023-6010, Number 602-023-6011, and Number 602-023-6012, all with the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, Taiwan, on the terms and conditions set out in the motions, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan amendment agreements and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Section 15(1) of the Development Finance Corporation Act Number 1 of 2009 provides that the Development Finance Corporation may, with the approval of the Minister of Finance and subject to the principles of sound fiscal management, borrow sums domestically or internationally for meeting any of its obligations or discharging any of its functions. And whereas subsection 3 of Section 15 of the said Act further provides that in consideration of the resultant contingent liability on the balance sheet of government, the DFC must obtain the approval of the National Assembly to increase its amount of foreign debt. And whereas Belize, as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, the bank, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the Development Finance Corporation, having received the prior no objection from the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment on 30th March 2020, approached the bank for financial assistance for a program to facilitate DFC's COVID-19 recovery of lending program for micro, small, and medium enterprises, to mitigate other indirect impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on MSMEs, and to finance climate-resilient investments for the productive sector in Belize. And whereas on the 4th August 2021, the bank's board of directors approved a line of credit to Belize in the sum of $15 million under a global credit program for safeguarding the productive sectors and employment. And whereas the program will consist of a single component to support micro, small, and medium enterprises access to credit resources with two specific objectives. First, to support the short-term financial sustainability of micro, small, and medium enterprises, and two, to promote the economic recovery of MSMEs through access to production-oriented financing. And whereas the credit line will focus on improving access to financial services to women entrepreneurs, financing investments for climate adaptation and mitigation within vulnerable sectors, and making MSMEs climate resilient to natural disasters. And whereas the lending program will also be accompanied by a technical cooperation package that will facilitate DFC's effort to improve its services to women, design products and non-financial services targeting women, provide gender awareness trainings for loan officers, implement key activities within DFC's Gender Equality Policy and Action Plan, conduct an assessment of MSMEs' access to financial services, identify and evaluate climate-resilient opportunities for MSMEs, and conduct climate risk assessment-related training for loan officers. And whereas the proposed program will be financed through an IDB direct investment loan to the DFC up to the sum of $15 million and a sovereign guarantee issued by the government of Belize up to the sum of $15 million. And whereas the execution of the program shall be carried out by the Development Finance Corporation acting as executing agency. And whereas the bank has offered financing of up to $15 million to the Development Finance Corporation for the program under the following terms and conditions. Loan principal amount, $15 million. Disbursement schedule over a period of 2 years from the effective date of the loan contract, but may be extended subject to the consent of the government of Belize and IDB. Loan term, 25 years, inclusive of a 66-month grace period. Repayment period to be repaid in 15.25 years, weighted average loan life with loan repayment semi-annually on the 15th day of the payment month. Purpose, to support the sustainability of MSMEs as employment providers in Belize amid the COVID-19 crisis and promote the economic recovery of MSMEs through access to production-oriented finance. The rate of interest will be charged on the daily outstanding principal balance of the investment loan as per LIBOR-based interest rate, plus the applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loans. Interest rate is not expected to exceed 2% per annum. Commitment fee. A commitment fee will be charged on the undisbursed balance of the investment loan at the percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis, not exceeding 0.75% per annum and accrues commencing 60 days from the execution of the contract. And whereas a general condition of the bank's lending program is that the principal, interest, fees, premiums, and any other loan charge shall be paid without any deduction or restriction whatsoever, exempt from any tax, fee, duty, or charge established or that may be established by the borrower. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7(6) of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, provides that before government offers any guarantee or some other form of security in support of a loan made directly to a private sector entity or a statutory body by any public or private bank, financial institution, or capital market in or outside of Belize, the government shall seek the approval of the National Assembly. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the DFC to improve its capacity to provide affordable financing to support the short-term financial sustainability of MSMEs and to promote the economic recovery of MSMEs through the access to production-oriented financing. 1. Approves that the DFC may borrow the said sum of $15 million from the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. 2. approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax-free, duty or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and guarantee agreements, and further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith. Madam President, I commend the motion to the Senate.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, just briefly, I rise to support the motion. I think that, and his comments are very brief, but the Development Finance Corporation and developments in general are extremely important to the productive sector. In many cases, commercial banks view the productive sector, especially in this case, the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises as too risky to do business with. And so this type of facility that the DFC is getting and its ability to on-lend to this sector is extremely important. I'll give you an example. Over the weekend, I was talking to someone who's investing in a coconut business. That, as an example, takes 3 to 5 years, 3 to 6 years to become commercial in terms of producing commercially. And so within that 3 years, there's no revenues, and many times the commercial banks would not be interested in a project like that, but it could have significant impact on the development of the country and the economy in general. And so I think this type of facility is extremely important to the productive sector and to other sectors that the commercial banks may not be interested in. To a large extent, the commercial banks are a misfit to many of these smaller sectors and would not do business with them simply because they deem them too risky. And so this type of facility, I think, is extremely important. Hopefully we can get many more like this where we can get the economy going again. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Osmani Salas.
Thank you, Madam President. This type of loan motion, Madam President, we are very pleased to support. Now, this is geared at supporting MSMEs. MSMEs, I think we can all agree, are the lifeblood of our economy. The more MSMEs there are and the more they're functioning well, the more resilient our economy is. I think we've heard a lot that small business is really what, in many ways, gives us our saving grace. So I am very pleased to support this particular loan motion. And I want to refer to a recent development of one of those enterprises that was just set up and that has tremendous potential and that I think will be highly successful. And it is the collection of Maya garments, Yatsil, that was launched by Sha'il. Now, that particular initiative, led by all women, was executed by SATIM, Sarsoon Temash Institute for Indigenous Management, with financial support from the CDB and its Cultural and Creative Industries Innovative Fund. And my information tells me that by the time they are fully set up, they would have invested close to $200,000 for such, which I think we could classify as a medium-sized enterprise. And I think it has tremendous potential, and that is the kind of enterprises that we need to support and expand. I do want to raise, I think, more questions than concerns, and this has to do with the annex that describes the project. I needed to determine how MSMEs are defined in Belize, right, first. And I got some guidance from the Beltrade website and the information available there. And from what I gathered, with a previous MSME support program that they had, micro enterprises is any type of enterprise that includes 2 to 4 persons, including the owner. Small enterprises are 5 to 20 employees, and medium are 21 to 50, thereabouts. So, and I mentioned the Shail example to sort of, to give an illustration. I noticed in the description of the project at section 405 on page 3 that it says that the loans to MSMEs supported with program resources will have a maximum amount of US $500,000 or its equivalent in local currency. I guess what I would want to suggest is that to maximize or optimize the effect, the impact of this facility, that we aim to support more of the types in terms of scale of the enterprises like Shail represents. I think $1 million Belize dollars, to me, is already taking us away from the medium scale enterprises. And my only concern is if we give a lot of those loans out, then there will be less money for the micro, small, and medium. So that's just an observation I have. And a question under implementation considerations. It says that through the program, DFC will channel lines of credit to financial intermediaries who will then issue new working capital and investment sub-loans to MSMEs. And the participating IFIs include any incorporated commercial bank, finance company, trust, merchant bank, credit unions. I can understand credit unions, but I have a tough time understanding why we would want to grant a sub-loan to commercial banks. And my colleague before me made some references to the limitations with such facilities being handled or managed on a commercial bank. So I was just wondering why DFC couldn't. There's a statement here that says DFC will also allocate loan proceeds for working capital and investment needs directly to MSMEs. So my question is, why would DFC need to channel lines of credit to others, with the exception of credit unions? Credit unions can help us to reach more of the marginalized, groups of people that could, benefit a lot from MSME production and development. So that's just an observation and a question that I ask in relation to this. I believe, and I have had direct experience with DFC and indirect as well, that they are capable enough to manage this all on their own without having to grant lines of credit, in particular to commercial banks. So that's just a question I have, but we do support the loan motion. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfy.
Madam President, indeed. I have stated on record numerous occasions that we need to do all that we can do to give the economy some burst of energy. I was against the cutting of pay. I was for giving more pay. In a pandemic, you need to get through. And so this initiative to say, well, you're going to make available about $15 million for the economy is a good idea. Make that money available to the economy through the DFC. And my exact question, and I think Senator Salas has hacked into my computer. That's my exact question and concern that I have. If you're doing it as a DFC program and a DFC loan, let the DFC do it. When you go, because then unless there is some aspect of it that must pass through other financial institutions, because then I would imagine, and I don't know, I guess the Minister of State can correct me, I'm no banker, but I would imagine that if you take and you utilize these different financial institutions, does that make the cost of accessing that money more? Does it affect it? And wouldn't we want, for example, funds that have been raised by the government and given to the DFC for development, have the people go to the DFC, have the people believe that it was their own development finance corporation that helped with that situation, rather than having to go to private financial institutions which have the history, and understandably so to a certain extent, of being more cold, of being more uncaring. If it goes through the DFC will have appreciated that this is something to benefit people. And so you have more of a social conscience, more of a heart, so to speak. So I'm hoping that that can be clarified, because that was my similar concern when I looked at the situation. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Madam President, just to respond to the comments of my colleagues, I think what has been said are certainly valid points, and I believe that if this resolution is approved and the loan is executed, the DFC will do what is in its best interest and in the best interest of its customers. I believe it is public record that the government of Belize recently made the largest investment ever in the DFC of over $30 million to help to capitalize the DFC, provide liquidity to the DFC, and ultimately put it in a position where it is eligible to make loans of this nature and other loans. The ultimate goal being to support the productive sector, to support MSMEs in particular. I think the statistics are out there that MSMEs generate 70% of all employment in this country, 70% of income in this country. So clearly the focus has to be on supporting MSMEs through access to cheaper finance and other means. This is one example of providing access to cheaper finance. As you can see, the interest rate to the DFC will be, as it states, not expected to be more than 2%, as it is at this point in time, with LIBOR at where it is and the lending spread at where it is. The applicable rate of interest would be less than 1.7%. So it does provide the DFC with the opportunity to lend at cheaper rates as it has been lending in the past, or much cheaper rates than what it was lending in the past. So the DFC will be in a position to lend directly to MSMEs at much lower rates. The effort on the government side in terms of capitalizing it reflects the importance of providing liquidity for the DFC to be able to do so. This is a supplement to that liquidity. So I don't expect that the DFC would progress this program and the funding through this project to lend to financial institutions or credit unions for them then to on-lend to MSMEs. Rather, as Senator Perfit pointed out, obviously that would increase the cost to the MSMEs, so it would certainly make more sense for DFC and for its customers that they lend directly. So I would expect that that is what will happen. This certainly is something that we expect will attract additional funding to the DFC as well. We've already received indication of an additional 10 million coming to support this MSME financing. So that will be forthcoming, but for right now, what we're looking at is this IDB loan. So I look forward to the support of the Senate. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that the loan proceeds would be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the DFC to improve its capacity to provide affordable financing to support the short-term financial sustainability of MSMEs and to promote the economic recovery of MSMEs through access to production-oriented financing. 1. Approves that the DFC may borrow the said sum of US $15.0 million from the Inter-American Development Bank, or IDB, on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. 2. Approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax, fee, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and guarantee agreements, and further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the government of Belize is working to restructure its external indebtedness by retiring all of its US dollar bonds due 2034, the bonds, with a view to achieving a sustainable debt position and to achieving certain marine conservation objectives. And whereas in furtherance of its debt restructuring efforts and pursuant to the offer to purchase and consent solicitation statement dated 13th September 2021, as amended, supplemented, and modified from time to time, the offer statement, the government of Belize made an offer, the tender offer, to purchase all bonds tendered on or prior to the 24th September 2021, pursuant to the offer statement, for a total amount of US $550.90 per US $1,000, principal nominal amount of bonds, to purchase all bonds tendered between 25th September 2021 and 22nd October 2021, pursuant to the offer statement, for a total amount of US $517.90 per 1,000 principal nominal amount of bonds, and subject to the satisfaction of certain conditions, to redeem all non-tendered bonds for a total amount of US $517.90 per US 1,000 principal nominal amount of the bonds on the date of the settlement of the tender offer. And whereas pursuant to the offer statement, the government of Belize also sought and obtained consents from eligible holders of the bonds to enter into a fourth supplemental indenture to amend the trust indenture dated the 20th March 2013 between the government of Belize and the Bank of New York Mellon as trustee, as modified by the first supplemental indenture dated the 21st March 2017, the second supplemental indenture dated 18th August 2020, and the third supplemental indenture dated the 16th June 2021, to modify, remove, or add certain terms, including bond buybacks, removal of certain restrictions in the indenture that prevent the government of Belize from acquiring bonds in the secondary market that, if not removed, would impair the settlement of the purchase and redemption contemplated by the offer statement, the purchase and redemption and cancellation, addition of provisions providing a right for the government of Belize to redeem for cancellation any bonds that have not been tendered pursuant to the offer statement at the price set forth in the offer statement, and custody account. Establishment of a custody account to be maintained by the trustee as custodian for deposit of an amount sufficient to redeem all bonds that have not been tendered pursuant to the offer statement, to be held in trust for the benefit of the holders of the redeemed bonds and for release upon the delivery by such holders, certification forms to the government of Belize or its agents. 2. Addition of certain provisions providing that upon the government of Belize's deposit of such funds into the custody account, the government of Belize's obligations under the indenture will be fully discharged and the bonds shall not be transferable. And 3, addition of certain provisions providing that any funds remaining in the custody account after the end of a 2-year prescription period shall be applied first to repay the custodian under the terms of that certain custody agreement to be entered into by and between the government of Belize and the custodian on or prior to the date of the settlement of the tender offer. And second, to the initial lender, as defined below, to pay the present value of all outstanding future management fees pursuant to the terms of the conservation funding agreement as defined below. And third, to a bank account specified in the loan agreement in order to satisfy Belize's scheduled debt service payment obligations under the loan agreement as defined below in chronological order on each payment date in accordance with the loan agreement. And whereas to fund the purchase and redemption and in furtherance of the government of Belize's marine conservation efforts, the government of Belize proposes to enter into that certain 1. Blue loan agreement with the Belize Blue Investment Company, LLC, a wholly owned affiliate of the Nature Conservancy as lender, pursuant to which the initial lender will make the government of Belize a loan in the principal amount of US $365 million. 2. That certain conservation funding agreement with the initial lender. And 3. Certain other ancillary documents relating to the foregoing and the purchase and redemption to be entered into with the initial lenders and certain parties that are providing financing, insurance, or other undertakings to the initial lender in connection with the loan agreement, including that certain direct agreement to be entered into on the same date as the loan agreement and the conservation funding agreement. And whereas the loan agreement requires, among other things, Belize to repay the principal amount of the loan and interest thereon at a pre-default interest rate to be fixed for each period in accordance with a schedule that will be determined on a pricing date that takes into consideration A, the loan having an original issue discount, and B, a yield equal to the sum of 1, the straight line interpolated yield of active US Treasury bonds to the date equal to the weighted average life of the loan, and 2, an applicable financing spread rate in each case as calculated on such pricing date. And whereas the principal amount of the loan in the amount of up to US $365 million will be repaid without regard to any original issue discount over a period of 9 years in 18 equal semi-annual installments commencing on the 20th April 2032 and a final installment on 20 October 2040. And whereas the conservation funding agreement requires, among other things, the government of Belize to 1, comply with the conservation commitments as set forth in Annex A, with such modifications as may be approved by the Minister of Finance that do not otherwise increase Belize's payment obligations or conservation commitments. 2, if on any quarterly payment date the government of Belize shall have failed to achieve 1 or more conservation milestone within the applicable grace period, make a payment equal to US $250,000 plus a sum equal to US $50,000 times the number of conservation events that have occurred and are continuing as of such quarterly payment date. 3, cause an account to be funded with the proceeds from the loan agreement in an initial amount of US $23,450,000 and to replenish such account to the extent that amounts therein have been applied pursuant to the loan agreement to be held as security for certain indebtedness and costs and expenses of the initial lender, and after on or about the 20th October 2041, which date may be extended under limited circumstances pursuant to the terms of the conservation funding agreement, to be transferred to a conservation fund that meets the requirements set forth in Annex B hereto, with such modifications as may be approved by the Minister of Finance that do not otherwise increase Belize's payment obligations or conservation commitments. 4, make certain payments for the purposes provided for under the Conservation Funding Agreement. And 5, irrevocably direct the custodian to transfer to any funds in the custody account upon the expiration of a 2-year prescription period to be set forth in the 4th supplemental indenture in satisfaction of certain of Belize's payment obligations under the loan agreement and pursuant to the Conservation Funding Agreement, such that as a result of such irrevocable direction, Belize will not have any interest in any amounts in the custody account. And whereas pursuant to the loan agreement, the Conservation Funding Agreement, and certain ancillary agreements, the government of Belize proposes 1, to waive certain aspects of sovereign immunity to which it may otherwise be entitled. 2, to confer on the parties to the agreement, the Conservation Funding Agreement, and the Ancillary Agreement, exemptions under the Income and Business Tax Act, the General Sales Tax Act, the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Stamp Duties Act, the Trust Act, the Custom Regulations Act, and the Exchange Control Regulations Act, and all regulations thereunder, and from certain taxes in connection with payments made under the loan agreement and the Conservation Funding Agreement, and from any and all registrations that such parties may otherwise be subject to in connection with the loan agreement and the Conservation Funding Agreement. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of resolution of the loan agreement, the Conservation Funding Agreement, and the ancillary agreements. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that it would be in the interest of Belize so to do, approves and confirms the purchase and redemption, the loan agreement, the Conservation Funding Agreement, and any ancillary agreement on the terms and conditions set out above, and authorizes Belize to make any payments thereunder and to pay fees and expenses incurred by the government of Belize in connection with the negotiation and execution of such agreements. And be it further resolved that the Honorable House hereby authorizes in the name and on behalf of the government of Belize, the Minister of Finance, to finalize, effectuate, execute, and or deliver the purchase and redemption, the loan agreement, the Conservation Funding Agreement, and the ancillary agreements on the terms and conditions set out above. Can I have a half-hour rest? Madam President.
Today is a lot of reading and lots of words.
Madam President, I was informed by the National Assembly staff that for the record, every word in that motion had to be read, so I had to take it in extenso. In short, Madam President and colleagues in the Senate, this is the resolution, and the motion I should say, to be more accurate, that authorizes the death of the super bond, and that empowers and authorizes the rising of the blue bonds. Madam President, I would urge colleagues in the debate on the motion to also, to the extent that they want to do so, to make their comments on the Blue Bonds Loan Bill 2021 in the interest of time and efficiency. Madam President, many people thought that we would not be here. Many people thought that we would not be able to achieve what the motion and the bill encapsulate. I would go one step further. There are people here who hoped that we would not be able to achieve this. But God is good. Madam President, today on this motion and on the related bill, today is a day for Belize. Let us remember the facts because they are important. We inherited a government with a debt to GDP of 130%. The government owed 4.2 billion Belize dollars, making us one of the most indebted countries in the world.
We inherited a government that was borrowing $1 million a day to meet its expenses. If that was not bad enough, Madam President, we will recall the storms Eta and Iota, which never hit Belize directly, but as a result of the rains and the floods, the government of Belize was called upon to spend up to about $100 million. Hundreds of millions of dollars continue to be spent, Madam President, to meet the obligations of the government of Belize on a daily basis or on a weekly basis, monthly basis, and those expenses have been approved in the budget debate which we held earlier in the year. And we will come to the supplementary appropriation bills which seek to bring to Parliament in full disclosure the continuing expenditure that we face. But Madam President, you will recall in this Senate, when I stood here and I said we had a choice between going to the International Monetary Fund and developing, designing, and putting into play a homegrown plan, a homegrown strategy devised by Belizeans with the help of foreign experts that would address the perilous state of public finances and public debt. A short while ago, we approved one of the measures we took, which was to engage with Taiwan for the postponement of the debt. People spent 13 years in government facing a crisis, didn't think of engaging our friends and partners in development for that type of relief. Instead, they were borrowing $1 million a day, $30 million per month. We are here today proud to produce to this Senate a motion that calls for the death of the super bond and the rising of the blue bonds. One, Madam President, the super bond will be erased from our history. Two, public debt will be reduced by $500 million. And thirdly, we will establish marine conservation mechanisms to improve the protection and management of our seas and reef, and finance unprecedented multi-decade conservation programs, proudly placing Belize in the forefront of marine conservation. To quote the Honorable the Prime Minister, John Briceño, he said to the House, Belize will owe less, pay back less for debt, and invest more in marine conservation, a triple play of national benefits that places Belize and Belizeans as the shining pinnacle of both sovereign debt remodeling and climate resilient innovation. End of quote. Madam President and colleagues, we are making history today because taken together, the principal amount owed on the super bond, $526.5 million, plus capitalized interest of $26.4 million, past due interest of $18.2 million, and a principal reinstatement of $58.4 million, which we have avoided. Had all of that come together, we would have been on the hook for $629.6 million owed to the bondholders. People were offering privately and publicly all kind of free advice. They had no confidence, Madam President, in the debt management team. They had no confidence in our advisors. They had no confidence in our experts. But it is the Minister of Finance of Belize, the Honorable John Briceño, who led his team
to secure a 45% debt haircut. 45%. And there is a gentleman by the name of Carl Ross. I think he's one of the friends of Senator Perry. He's not a friend? Listen to what Carl Ross said. We are taking massive losses on our claims. This deal is a deep loss to the bondholders and is not necessarily something I like. Well, we like it. It's good for us. It's good for Belize, Madam President. That 45% discount cut saves the people of Belize $257 million US. In fact, the total debt reduction will be $315 million US. The last report says 87% of the bondholders had tendered, far in excess of the 75% that was required. And I recall a few weeks ago, people were calling and texting and said, boy, when I need my help, on a while we could help. I could call this one and I could call that one. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Madam President, the Prime Minister and his debt management team, in association with their advisors, devised a strategy to deal with the debt created by the super bond. A strategy that was homegrown, a strategy that is Belizean, a strategy that is bold, and a strategy that is brilliant. Because today, I want to predict that not a single senator will stand in this House and oppose the bill or the motion. It will be historic. Let me see who will stand against this. We will access, Madam President, $363 million US for the following purposes. $301 million for the discounted repayment of the super bond, $24 million to pre-fund the Marine Conservation Endowment account, $18 million set aside as an original issue discount in order to facilitate a lower interest rate in the early repayment years. $10 million is a debt service reserve account, and $10 million is to help cover closing costs for the transaction. And I will wait to hear Senator Perfeet. He has some expertise in this, Madam President. He dabbles in these types of things. So I will wait to hear him say proudly, loudly, as he always does, what a brilliant, what a spectacular restructuring we on this side have achieved. We will wait and hear him. You hear it already?
You will have your turn, Senator Perfeet.
We will witness a rewriting of living history today. Madam President, a few more points to make in opening the debate. It is important for Belizeans to know that political risk and parametric insurance have been bought or will be bought in order to ensure that in the event of any serious thing happens and the government has difficulty in repaying, that we will be able to continue paying under our obligations. On the conservation side, we will expand in a legally enforceable manner biodiversity zones from 20% of our seas in the first instance in 6 months, and hereafter to 25% in 3 years and 30% by 2026. And so whilst we had committed to 30 by 30, we will have 30 by 26. And I'm sure that Senator Salas, who has been studying this very carefully and following this in detail, will go into the details on the conservation side. Madam President, the point that has to be made is this. The extent of the conservation commitments, the extent of monies raised as a result of giving those commitments are unprecedented, are unique, the first time ever in the history of mankind. We are making history today. The government will undertake to improve aquaculture and fisheries regulation management, a progressive blue carbon framework, advancement on the Managed Access Program and EIA regulations, and improvements to watershed management and supervision of Belize's existing World Heritage sites. $186 million Belize dollars, an average of $8.4 million annually, will flow to a conservation trust that will be jointly governed by the public and NGO sectors, awarding grant funding in pursuit of this cluster of conservation goals. And of course, that trust, that conservation trust, will be open to donations from other bodies and persons. But most importantly, and this was a difficult issue to negotiate, but we are happy with where we eventually landed. 40% of all trust funding will be directed to state agencies, filling an urgent void for resources to support active management of marine areas and enforcement of marine regulations. And I was told that this morning, Beverly Wade was fantastic in explaining in details how this will transform, how this will improve, how this will develop Belize marine management. It's a good thing, Madam President. It's a great thing for Belize. And under the structure that has been devised, there will be a guaranteed flow of funds into that trust on an annual basis, and 40% will go to supporting Coastal Zone Management Agency, etc., etc. So the public and the private sector and the NGO sectors will have access to these funds, bringing together a unique blend for the benefit of Belize. Madam President, I close by saying this. The motion and the bill achieve massive debt reduction and relief, dramatic conservation and climate policy advancement, and safe funding for the governance and husbandry of our reef and seas. I repeat, Madam President, today is a day in which Belize wins. It is not about the PUP, it is not about the UDP. Today is a day for Belize, and I commend the motion and the bill to this Honorable Senate. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Michael Purphy.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have no doubt that Ms. Beverly Wade did well today. We should not be surprised. She went to St. Ignatius Primary School. That school has a history of producing excellent products. So we congratulate her. Right, Senator Bradley? Madam President, the World Series of baseball is on. So let me use a baseball reference. There is a saying, you know, that a young man fell asleep And when he woke up, he was on third base. And because he simply woke up on third base, he thought he hit a triple. But man, please, you only woke up on third base. You didn't hit any triple. You know, as I listened to Senator Courtney, and as I said in the previous Senate meeting when this matter was discussed, my, how times have changed. All of a sudden now the TNC is his most beloved conservation body. Different times from when he chastised the government from entering into arrangements with the TNC. But Madam President, despite that, this is not, you know, as I hear him speak about advisors and the experts and the leadership of John Briceño, man, you know, it's only because I'm in the Senate that I will only use one word, please. Man, please. This restructuring happened despite the PUP. This restructuring was going to happen, sir. This restructuring, and exactly as it is a UDP initiative. When we spoke to the TNC recently, and our advisors and experts asked them blankly, what is the difference between what you have here now and what we had reached as an understanding with you as the UDP in government? And there is no difference, sir. There is no difference. So what are you all celebrating? What did you do except wake up on third base? You didn't hit any triple. This was going to happen no matter what because the foundation was laid by the UDP. Nobody on this side wished that this didn't happen. Nobody on this side wanted for it not to happen. How could we want that when it was our initiative and our restructuring? You, Senator Courtney, when you brought the TNC thing and the land thing with the past Minister of Lands, you thought you were bringing some bombshell to the world and to the Senate? And the media started to ask us, well, if this was already in play and this was already being done, why didn't you say more about it when you were in office? For the same reason that you claim that this is supposedly about for the government, politics, people are not politics. It could not have been discussed at that time because in discussing it, knowing who was the persons or the entity behind the purchasing of the bonds, they asked us to keep it quiet because you don't want to drive up the price of the bonds. This is the US government and this is the DFC, US DFC essentially when you peel away all the layers, this is it. And they asked, listen, if you put it out there too early, the bondholders naturally want more on the dollar. If we keep it down and promote it as a conservation type bond, eventually when you get to the end of the rope, we will get a good deal. Those things were already in motion from 2014. From 2014, Madam President. So how can you come in 2021 simply because something finished when you were in government? How can you claim negotiation skills, expert skills, and you did all that, and Prime Minister John Briceño had so much leadership and all of this? Man, please. I know you don't really believe that. Because I know you know that that's not true. This was something that was already there. Madam President, he like pull out cell phone for me and read things, you know. These were the things that were necessary before you could even get to this point, you know, that the UDP did. Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan in 2016, adoption of fisheries managed access in 2017, indefinite moratorium on offshore oil exploration in 2017, creation of new conservation investment program at PAC in 2018, passage of stronger mangrove conservation legislation in 2018, completion of our pending conservation actions to remove the Belize Barrier Reef World Heritage Site from the list of sites in danger in 2018, surveying of the last remaining national lands in the World Heritage Site for declaration as mangrove reserves. We did that. Expansion of the fisheries replenishment zone starting with Sapadilla Keys and the Corona Reef in 2020. We did that. Endorsement of a national oil spill contingency plan in 2019. We did that. Endorsement of a marine litter action plan in 2019. Setting aside of 15,000 of acres of mangrove in Turnip Atoll in a protected land trust in 2019. We did that. Ban on gill nets 2020. We did that. Passage of legislation to phase out single-use plastics in 2019. We did that. Passage of the new Fisheries Resources Act in 2020 to replace the old Fisheries Act. We did that. Passage of an amendment to the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations in 2020 to strengthen the environmental impact assessment process in World Heritage Sites. We did that. Establishment of a biodiversity office in 2020 to strengthen biodiversity management. We did that. It goes on, it goes on, it goes on. All of these things were done since 2014 to get to this point by the United Democratic Party. So not come like, oh, this was such a process. Let me tell you how this was not a PUP bond. The Prime Minister said that all of this would have been wrapped up in May, you know. And I had said then, this one clearly doesn't know what he's talking about. It's not going to be wrapped up by me. Because we know this, because this is our bond. So nobody wanted you to fail. Nobody wanted you to not be successful. Of course we want you to be successful. This was an initiative that started by the UDP, so it had to be successful. It can't fail. This is something that was so good that we started, not even UNO could mess it up. And you come and you bang about the elimination of a super bond. Now UNO create the super bond. The super bond is a PUP thing. That's not a UDP thing. So now it's like you create a false narrative, you defeat it and say, well, I win. You're supposed to take initiatives to remove the super bond. It is your baby. So don't come here, Madam President, and act like, oh, we get in a government 2011. And because we're not so pretty, and we're not so good looking, the TNC come and say, hey, let me figure out a way to wipe off 55 cents from your dollar of your debt. Man, please. Man, please. You found this on your desks. You found this in motion like so many things you found. 99% of what the PUP does, the UDP projects, you know. Things that the UDP started. So now come and, oh, blue this and blue that and blue that. Red bond. UDP did this. Not some PUP government that just found itself on third base and decided, whoa, what a great player I am. You know how you get there. Huh? You don't know how you got to this. I bet you don't know how you got to this. And let me tell you something. Let's look at some of it. I think it was the Minister of State for Finance, you know. Say, we don't know law about carbon credits, and we don't know this, and carbon credits this. But you're not getting the carbon credits that you said you would. If you look at Annex A, conservation commitments, man from private landowners want to get carbon credits. When you look at it, recognizing the potential of blue carbon projects to support the long-term financial sustainability of marine areas formerly protected for conservation. Belize commits to develop and implement a national regulatory framework for the development of blue carbon projects within the National Carbon Strategy. Such a framework will be completed through a consultative process that addresses at a minimum the following: allowing for ownership of carbon offsets by co-managers, investors, and/or private landowners. So private landowners are in the carbon credits too. It's not like the government will be receiving 100% of the carbon credits. It has to be shared. A strategy has to be developed as to how you will deal with it. This was all a part of the original UDP agreement. This was in it. Like I said, fundamentally the same thing. All you are doing is just happen to be present and signed. Negotiate. Negotiate what? The Cara side don't like you. Never had a choice. This is the USDFC. Back off. This is something that we want to do. So it wasn't as a result of anybody came up with anything ingenious or some POP massive brain piece. You know what? We have a way how we can do this and figure this out and do this. None at all. This was figured out already. This was figured out already by, just to name a couple people, Steve Duncan and Dr. Barnett. This was done. You all came and woke up on third base and thought you hit a triple. There is one thing though, you know, that I have to say. We came here some months ago, Madam President, and I can't find it. Dying for somebody to show me somewhere where, I don't know, when we spoke to the other side of the agreement, made no mention of what that has to do with anything. We were told some months ago in this very Senate that certain arbitration judgments abroad, that if we were to ratify those in the Senate, that would go a long way to help with the restructuring of this bond that we're engaging on. I believe I was here and I believe I remember that. My question to the Minister of State for Finance, why Madam President, no, I won't call him a devil. I was about to say, give the devil away due, give the devil away due, but no, in terms of financial direction, I will say that that particular senator, if he's involved from a financial standpoint and where we're heading, I believe that we are in some competent hands going forward. I won't deny that. I won't deny that. I will give the devil what it's due. But what he knows about me is that I will ask him to explain to me what those arbitration awards in favor of Michael Ashcroft had to do with the restructuring of a conservation bond. How did that play any role? What did that have to do with anything? And was that just a farce when we came to the Senate to pass those motions for the Ashcroft people? That is what I don't see in any of these agreements. And that is what the people on the other side were telling us played no role in this, because this was decided essentially from before the November 11th, 2020 elections. This deal was already in place. So that is what the Belizean people want to know. So, Madam President, we started a process that the PUP just happened to be in government when it was finished. If you think that we are going to say that this side of the House will go against anything that says, believes that kind of commitment that we have to do in the future, I would say this. Fine. You were on third base when the triple was hit and you woke up. Do not do this country a disservice. do not do yourselves a disservice by telling the people of this country that you were the ones who came up with this and did this on your own. The previous government, under the leadership of the Right Honorable Dean Barrow, is to be given maximum credit for taking this process 9.5 steps of the way. Man, Senator Castillo, man, when I want you to speak, I'll pinch you. Relax. So, we say, Madam President, that indeed, today is a good day for Belize. Indeed, we are going to get some relief from our international commitments financially. But make no mistake about it, Madam President, this bond is because of an initiative by the United Democratic Party. And we are glad to see that this was such a good deal that not even the PUP could have messed this up. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Osmani Salas.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll start where Senator Courtney left off. And I'm glad he said these words. This is not about the PUP. It is not about the UDP. It's about the people of Belize. I could not agree more. So another way that this could have been said was, these are no red bonds, nor is it BLU blue bonds. These are blue bonds, BLUE bonds. And look, as an independent senator, and I'm sure that my colleagues at this level here will not disagree with me, we would love to see more initiatives that if they start with one administration, they advance in the next one. Continuity. When we get there, we will be a mature nation. And who cares who started, when it started, as long as it got done and it got done well. Now, my information tells me that negotiations started June of last year. And they are wrapping up, and they wrapped up, and now we're at this point now. Now, I would like to think that we are starting to get to a point where when there is a change in government and a new party in power, you recognize, you continue, and you do all the work that it takes. And my information tells me that the negotiations were highly complex, and that during the latter 9 months or so, increased exponentially, right? So it took a lot of work. So I'm saying all of that to say there is nothing wrong for a good initiative to start under a previous administration, and we continue. We want to see more of that. Now, this whole thing about marine debt swap discussion started way back from 2010, you know. 2010, and I think around 2014, we were talking about marine debt swap initiatives. And for whatever reason, Belize was not ready. The government of the day did not take it up, and this thing went to Seychelles. So Seychelles benefited from that initiative. No, my mom used to always tell me, my dear departed mom, that sometimes disappointment is for the best. And now in hindsight, because I was one of those that was very disappointed when back in 2014 we lost out on that opportunity to the Seychelles. And the Seychelles have been doing marvels with that opportunity. But this one now, the benefits are even greater. And TNC's Blue Bond for Conservation concept started from 2019. So Belize will be the first. And yes, we will be on the map. We will be the first. Being on the map is a huge accomplishment, but how we carry it on forward will really show the world how committed we are. And I look forward to that. Now, some important things I think need to be shared here, and I won't repeat some of the factual information that Senator Courtney shared, and it's all here. But we must congratulate the Nature Conservancy. We must thank them for not giving up on Belize. They saw the opportunity, they never gave up on us, and they stuck to their guns. This is a huge NGO/corporation. They are massive. And they did not have to focus on Belize. They could have given up on us. They could have gone somewhere else, like they did back in 2014. But they never gave up on us. And we have a lot to thank them for. And we must congratulate the government of Belize for getting us to this point. This making a good thing out of a bad thing. So, thank goodness, we don't have to be talking about the super bond and how that is hanging over our collective heads. I know we have the blue bonds and we are saving so much. But the Blue Bond for Conservation model has 3 components. And now that we are at this point in Belize, I expect that we will start to see this model replicated in different parts of the world. So what we are accomplishing here will have global ramifications for marine conservation and management. So there are 3 components to such a model, and one are the conservation commitments. And it's all laid out here in Annex A of the agreements. I'll refer to these in a little bit. The second important part is marine spatial planning. And I want to talk a little bit about that right now, because I have heard some concern from one of my colleagues and a couple others that, is this really a good thing for Belize? Are we locking up our resources? Why and how is that a good thing? Are we giving up certain sovereignty? And the answer to all of that is no, no, no. Let me share with you the definition of marine spatial planning from UNESCO, from the UNESCO Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. It says, and I quote, Madam President, said MSP or marine spatial planning is a public process of analyzing and allocating the spatial and temporal distribution of human activities in marine areas to achieve ecological, however also economic, and social objectives that have been specified through a political process. So MSP, or marine spatial planning, is not an end in itself, but a practical way to create and establish a more rational use of marine space and the interaction among its users to balance demands for development with the need to protect the environment and to deliver social and economic outcomes in an open and planned way. Now, we should have been doing a lot of these things. We are doing a lot of these things already, and we should have been ramping up already. But this Blue Bonds initiative will provide the resources to ensure that we can advance much better. We are a coastal nation. To a great extent, I think we can say our entire country is a coastal nation. So the entire country will benefit from this initiative. All our watersheds drain into the Caribbean Sea. So we are a coastal nation. The other major component of this initiative is to unlock sustainable finance, which includes, as Senator Corte pointed out earlier, and my colleague on the other side, Senator Perafit, includes massive debt reduction. That is huge. While it may not help us in the immediate with cash flow, as I remember the financial secretary on the news said not too long ago, that this does not necessarily take us off the cliff. But if I could paraphrase him, we're already falling off the cliff now. This helps us to get back on the cliff and hopefully a little farther away from the cliff. So there's still a lot of work to do in terms of debt reduction, a whole lot to do. But this is a huge, huge help. We must congratulate all the key players for getting us to this point. In terms of the conservation commitments, that marine spatial planning will be a major undertaking, and the agreement sets out a process for which that should be done. We won't be alone in such planning. The technical support will be made available. We have our own experts in Belize, and we have international expertise that will be brought to bear. And this process, as is set out in the Annex A, is to be transparent, inclusive, equitable, science-based, and participatory, and really builds on the marine protected area network that we already have. So this sets out a time frame for us to do that. We also are agreeing to other conservation milestones, such as designation of public lands within the Belize Barrier Reef Reserve System as mangrove reserves. This is a major achievement because we have been, up to a couple of years ago, we were losing our mangrove system so rapidly. And as a coastal nation, mangroves are very important for our country in many different ways, economically, but also ecologically, storm protection and all of that. Fisheries, nursery and all of that. Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan. As a coastal nation, this is an extremely important plan that we must always have, improve on, and implement. And to set aside some of our MPAs as green list, not set aside, but seek the recognition of some of our marine protected areas as IUCN green list areas, which then gives it more of a global recognition in itself that will help our tourism industry. Because the more global recognition we have, the more attention comes our way. And the third clause of the Annex A refers to general conservation undertakings, Madam President. And there are several listed, including aquaculture, fisheries, blue carbon. We heard some about carbon already. Managed access program evaluation. We are committing to do an evaluation to see how well the Managed Access Program has been working as a fisheries management tool and how we can improve on it. That's for the benefit of our fishing industry. Environmental impact assessment regulations, that's another conservation undertaking. And this is a major one, Madam President. And I am very happy that this is here, because we have to be very careful that we don't get into a situation where we want to have our cake and eat it too. The Marine Spatial Plan will be a guide for development in our marine area and coastal zone to make the proper decisions when it comes to development in our marine spaces, right? So we have to look at the EIA regulations. We need to look at how we can improve on those. When I've heard the Prime Minister refer on several occasions about improving the ease of doing business in Belize, that is a good thing. We want to attract the right type of foreign investment and other investment. But when it comes to investments that will depend on the natural resources, the marine resources, which will involve transforming some of that, we have to be very careful. This is where I would strongly advise against ramming through development projects that depend on our marine and natural resources. Because if we do not do that, we run the risk of creating irreversible damage to some of these resources. So what comes to mind, Madam President, these are 3 cruise ports that are on the table. For example, this is just one example. So those are not only environmental considerations that relate to that, but also economic considerations. And I've heard that we should allow market forces to dictate which of those advance. My concern there is that if we allow that to happen, by the time the market forces have dictated which of those 1 or 2 will proceed, a lot of damage has been done already. And who will face the consequences of the damage? The Belizean people, the users of those resources. So marine spatial planning should help us to avoid getting into such a situation. And revising the EIA regulations, it's long overdue that we do that. And I'm looking forward to resources, being made available through this whole initiative for that to happen. I could go on and on the environmental impact assessment regulations, but suffice to say that there's a lot of strengthening to do there so that it works for us, our natural resources, by extension, the people of Belize. World Heritage Sites. Our Belize Barrier Reef Reserve System has been a World Heritage Site. We know that it was in the danger list for 9 years. We worked very hard to get our Belize Barrier Reef Reserve System as a World Heritage Site. And it didn't take much for us to make the danger list, one step before being struck off the list, which would have been a horrible black eye for the country. It took 9 years for Belize to get out of that danger list. So this should help us to ensure we never get into the danger list again. And watershed management, I was very pleased to see that the country is committing to undertaking the development of a watershed management plan for at least 2 major watersheds. At least 2 watershed management plans. I think any responsible government, along with stakeholders, would want to ensure that we do that type of planning, not only marine spatial planning, but the watershed management planning, because it's just a good thing to do. And I am happy as a stakeholder to be part of the New River watershed planning that is taking place, because as an old phrase from the Department of the Environment many years ago, is that the environment is everybody's business. Truer words have not been said. So, right, Madam President, I think for those that are concerned that this initiative will contribute to locking resources away from our people, what I have to say to them is that that is not the case. This is about blue economy. And so I'm also very happy that there is such a portfolio ministry of the blue economy. This is about blue economy. And blue economy is not only about locking up, it's not about locking up resources, it's about making the right decisions for the natural resources and for the people of Belize. So we are very happy to support this initiative, Madam President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Bengushe.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I want to also add words of welcome to Senator Castillo and Senator Martinez this afternoon. As I look at them, I see 2 young, strong leaders of Belize, and I'm certain that they will have much to contribute, not only to the debate before us, but to nation building. And so I want to welcome them to this House, to the Senate this afternoon. Madam President, as I share in this part of the debate and as we debate the bill, I know earlier what was mentioned, the analogy was used as far as baseball or softball is concerned. Baseball. Let me get it right. I want to use a different analogy. I will use cycling. And recently, I had the opportunity to have gone to another Caribbean country and passing through. We stopped off in Miami, as is normally the case. And I met the members of the Belize Cyclists Federation, that is, met some young leaders as we met up in Miami at the time, and I was introduced to some members of the Federation who were successful at the recent cycling meet in the United States of America. And I was given a little snippet of young Derek Chavaranes, I think it is, or Chavaria. Chavaria, yes, young Derek Chavaria, who earned and won a gold medal. But what was interesting was how he was so resilient in earning this gold medal. I gather that just minutes before the race, he was going to be pulled out of the race because of the type of bicycle. And the leadership of the Belize Cycling Federation had to make an appeal to ensure that he stayed in the race. And that is the young man, though psychologically traumatized over all this, he went on to win a gold medal in that meet. I think the entire federation needs to be commended for such a venture. And I use that analogy, Madam President, because as we debate this bill, I want to share my part of it on behalf of the church. I look at it and I say the taste is in the eating of the pudding. Yes, I'm happy that as it was presented, I must commend the government because here we see that the details were well presented. Everything was set out. I rise to support the bill. It is in line with what I would say the team, as I would say, hope for a global future for Belize. The just and sustainable human development is the comprehensive enhancement of the quality of life for all. For all of us in Belize, present and future. It necessarily involves from what I see and all that is before us, it involves the integration of economic, social, political, cultural, and ecological, and I dare say spiritual dimensions of all that exist in Belize. The church seeks just and sustainable human development dimensions of being. And Madam President, we believe that it is God's will that an initiative like this be seen as a blessing for the entire country of Belize and its people. The principle before us, I believe, is this. This is a just cause, as I mentioned before, for sustainable human development for Belize and its people, and it represents the government in a good initiative. As was mentioned earlier, that for me it is not about who started it and where it must end and who is successful, but for all Belize, I think we're winners in this venture. In the light of all this, Madam President, I want to say that all that I have heard, I can support on behalf of the church. As I read through, I see good safeguards for conservation as described. And I welcome especially the last part of what I heard shared with us. I welcome the fact that as all this is being put in place, there will be the formation of a majority non-government board to oversee the handling of the bond. I think that is important to note. And with all this, Madam President, I rise to support what is before us this afternoon. Thank you.
In accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize our new Senator, Luke Martinez.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Also, congratulations to Senator Castillo. Madam President, I've heard the different analogies to depict the success from baseball analogy to cycling analogy, and maybe I could take this to a personal note. I started working here 20 years ago. I worked at the National Assembly. This is where I started my career as an office assistant / janitor / caretaker / everything else at the bottom of the ladder. And I could recall wiping these pews and saying to myself, and saying to the staff of the National Assembly that one day I will be in here standing up and defending the rights of the people in this country. We are pleased, and it pleases me to the announcement that you've made regarding the Youth Parliament, which will be featured in the Senate. When the first Youth Parliament was featured in the National Assembly, I was working here. I was a youth. I've seen some of those youth rise up to being great people in Belize, and so that's a great initiative, Madam President. And so this takes us back to the conversation at hand. Of course, we want to congratulate the government of Belize, TNC, and the different stakeholders who played a role in this gold medal achievement, so to speak. However, Madam President, I think we must state for the record that, unfortunately, I don't know if the other stakeholders were reasonably consulted, but unfortunately for the National Trade Union Congress, we weren't involved that deeply. And so we hope that we implore upon the government to continue to take advantage of the relationship and the position that the National Trade Union Congress holds in this country. We don't have issues with the agreement. However, we'd want to remind this honorable House, Madam President, of our September press release to the government of Belize. Even though there are some agreements, and Senator Salas gave some comfort to what would be some concerns, but it is important for us to still register those concerns. And I'll be very short, Madam President. We have said that the details of the TNC agreement shall be provided to our Belizean people, and especially to our indigenous people who depends on marine resources and services for livelihood. We had also stated that the need for immediate economic reform and measures to safeguard against debt unsustainability, and this will make a quick reference to the equal to the 78% debt to GDP as recommended by IMF. And thirdly, Madam President, this takes us back to our first concern, which is the importance of a social partnership mechanism to safeguard Belize's commitment to achieve the sustainable development goals, and attainment to which requires cooperation and commitment from the labor force representatives. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Darrell Bradley.
Madam President, I rise on the motion to offer very few words with respect to the debate. I was listening to the debate in a very interesting way, and I was thinking about whether or not to make comments, and it was actually Senator Courtney who moved me to think about making comments in relation to this matter. And one of the things that he said really stuck to me in terms of the point that this really is a great day for the Belizean people. And as a country and as a world being gripped by COVID, financial realities of governments and individual families bear on the forefront. And so I want to start my brief intervention in this debate by, first of all, recognizing that this is an achievement for Belize. It is a demonstration of what leadership can accomplish in reducing the burdens of debt, especially in this time. So that when you are talking about savings in excess of $300 million, that is freeing up liquidity for projects that could impact the lives of Belizeans, especially within this climate. Programs that could assist in job creation, education, healthcare, and meaningful empowerment advantages. So I want to make the point, because I don't want it to be lost in the debate, that we want to offer our congratulations for the government to get us to this point. I think that much has been said in relation to who did what, but at the end of the day, it has to be said that the Belizean people do not really care. And at the end of the day, there is a government who has the mandate to lead us forward. And as a senator and as a Belizean, I have to give due respect and congratulations to those who would sign the contracts, to say that on those contracts there is a recognition of significant savings to the Belizean public. I do know that governments transition. I do know that this matter of the negotiations would have been begun before, but this is a celebration of the Belizean people, and the government would have gotten us here, and all of us are part of the government. I do also want to offer comments in relation to something that Senator Salas mentioned. And there is a fear in there, and I do recognize it, that people think or have this belief that the conversations about development are very one-sided, or very few people are at the table when you talk about development objectives. And in this motion, one of the things that really stuck out was the emphasis on partnership and collaboration. That the government would have gotten here through partnership and collaboration with conservation groups. And one of the things that I would also want to offer by way of my comments is, going forward, that notion of consultation, partnership, and collaboration should be the mainstay. I see in my experience in government that oftentimes we are not as consultative as we ought to be. And the idea of consultation, especially on something as very pivotal as economic and national development objectives, is important to allay fears and to be inclusive in the decision-making process, to ensure that all voices are heard when we get to that development agenda. One of the things that I have heard in my private circles as an attorney is, when we look at development in Belize is oftentimes looked at through the Environmental Protection Act and through the EIA process. It's very environmental in terms of its nature. And I know that there are many people in other sectors who kind of see that as being a space that they're not involved in. And I do know that it is very, very important and very critical in terms of the environment and environmental protection. The point that I would offer in terms of the debate is, just as how we got here through a partnership between the Nature Conservancy and the government of Belize, in developing those laws, in developing the mechanisms that will be the lifeblood of this program, in developing the framework for blue marine conservation, this idea of consultation and partnership has to be, I think, the mainstay of the day. I think that that is a wider point. I think that government on a whole needs to be more participatory and inclusive. That's a different debate. But in relation to this program and in relation to the objectives of it and the realization of protections for our marine environment, which will yield untold benefits for the Belizean public, in order for us to achieve that great day, the idea of partnership and collaboration has to be embraced as an ethos of the program, not only in the language, but as the way that we do business in terms of bringing about the realization of this program. The last thing I wanted to mention in terms of my intervention is how impressed I was in relation to the conservation commitments. As a Belizean reading the commitments, I actually got chills. And I recognize how important the environment is to Belize. This is something I had said on a previous occasion that we sing about in our national anthem, the land of the free by the Caribbean Sea. And I have heard and seen in areas where we have laws on the books, and these laws are not enforced, including our environmental laws. And this is just a call to the government on both sides. And this is a call to all stakeholders that there has to be a commitment to realizing enforcement when it comes to marine and other areas of conservation. That's an important point to ensure that these resources are there for much future generations of Belizeans. But on the motion itself, I'm pleased to offer my support for it and my congratulations to the government for getting us to this point, and the idea that partnership, collaboration can get us through any obstacle and challenge, and I would just implore the government to continue along these lines. Those are my interventions, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bevin Cal.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I too would like to congratulate the two new senators appointed today. We look forward working together. Madam President, I rise in support of this motion presented today. But, as I heard Senator Perifit doing his presentation, Madam President, as a young person growing up, it's a bit disappointing to hear him, say all his comments and trying to take credit for what this administration is actually doing. But, we expect no better from them, Madam President. I would first like to thank and congratulate the government of Belize under the leadership of the Honorable John Briceño for his vision and, of course, his leadership to renegotiating, all of our debts. We also want to thank the negotiating team, Senator Chris Koye. We also especially want to thank the Nature Conservancy, who play a key role in the success of this bond. And I also want to thank the bondholders because, they too realize that this is the best deal they can get, and also realizing that this deal is also for the best interest of the Belizean people. Just to comment a bit, again, like I said, on what Senator Perifit was saying, Madam President. And, there's a saying, that is said in southern Belize when we hear people taking credit, for what others are doing. And it's not to really be rude or anything, but, a wise man would tell them that, you really had a strong mind, but a weak behind to complete the job.
Senator.
It's just a saying, Madam President. It's not something that it's not really doing.
Let us keep our language within the decorum of our Senate. Remember my comment on the Senate being the second sober voice.
I understand, Madam President. But, Madam President, the only thing that the UDP has been doing for the last 13 years was, I listened to all the House meetings before. And all they did was talk about the super bond, and they did nothing about it, Madam President. But, we're not here to debate that, and I concur with what Senator Bradley said, that the Belizean people are tired of hearing, what UDP did, what PUP did. But what they really want to hear is that what we bring to this honorable House is for the best interest of the Belizean people, and this is one of the motion that is being brought today that is in the best interest of the Belizean people, Madam President. And, this is a really interesting time, really exciting time, for the conservation community, because a lot of initiatives, again, as mentioned before, will be done in conservation, Madam President. And also working from the tourism industry, knowing that, having a lot of our resources under some sort of protection, is something that a lot of our visitors come to see. For example, our barrier reef system, a lot of people come to snorkel, to dive. And this, I foresee, Madam President, cementing our tourism sector, for the future. Opening, we can see more businesses coming to Belize because of the health of our reef, and thus creating more much needed jobs for Belizean people. Our fishers communities will also benefit from these initiatives because, again, Madam President, protecting our marine ecosystems will improve our fish stock. And thus, again, making sure that we have food on the table for the communities that depend on fishing. Again, this is something really positive, Madam President. But I think the most important thing here is now that we can say that the super bond will now become of the past, Madam President, and This bill and this motion actually is showing us that we will have a massive debt reduction, which means that every single man, woman, child, and unborn child of Belize will have less debt to pay, Madam President. And I think this is something that is really positive. This is something that we needed. This is the type of relief that we needed, especially in these dire times. Madam President, I think this is what our Prime Minister meant when he said everybody to win, because every single person will benefit from this, Madam President. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Good morning, Madam President. I couldn't jump up faster on the last comment by my colleague, Senator Cow, when he stated everybody for win. That's the drive, that's the motion, that's everything that this party had taken into the election of November 11th. The Belizean people had spoken, and the work is being done. I just like to go back. I just want to give a backdrop, though, as always, in my headspace, because whilst the terminologies are being thrown around in this house, and work is being done, hard work is being done in all facets of the country, I need to understand as an individual where I will win, right, Senator Cow? Because when we talk about a blue economy, it simply means, and leader of government business, you did make a statement earlier that you asked that we shorten we comment because of the length and the depth of the presentations you want, but right now I don't want time for celebrate, so please bear with me. According to the standing orders, I have 45 minutes, so bear with me here. Every single Belizean, yes, I want to take me 45 minutes. Every single Belizean, every boy and girl that is behind a computer screen right now need to understand this day, right now in their lives. Again, spinning off from what Senator Carl said. Every single housewife in Shunush, in Hopkins, in Greenegas, in Progresso, need to understand the magnitude of what has transpired over the past, I would say, almost 11 months. How do I benefit? It's not just because you hear about the blue economy, you hear about the sea, you hear about the oceans and the creeks and the streams, and if I'm not in those areas, it means that I may not benefit. That is not how it will come across. That is not how it will transcend into your household, into your livelihood. It transcends across, north to south, east to west, even on the land. And I have to go back a little bit more, though, because in trying to understand the dynamics and in trying to explain to the persons in the area where I live and those that I communicate with, what is this blue bond? What is this blue economy, what they're talking about? What a PUP name it, so yes, I'm glad it's called the blue economy. But then I had to explain that within the concept of existing in this world on planet Earth, there are many types of economies and there are different colors, and one of them are red. So my colleague across from me had said earlier that, we have to give the People's United Party credit for work that has been done. And maybe he would have wanted to change this and call it red economy, but a red economy do exist, except that that model of managing a country exists within the communist country. We're a democratic country, so we're going to be using all the other theories, and we're starting home base with blue economy. In a previous presentation, I did mention, and I gave a backdrop as to the existence of blue economy. It has existed over 10 years, almost 13 years to be exact. So the time frame again in which the UDP had existed governed this country. If there was vision at that time, if there was any insight into making this country progressive, into improving the livelihoods of Belizeans, they would have stepped into the blue economy 13 years ago. That didn't happen. We're here now, the people have spoken, and we have taken the bull by the horn. And we are ensuring, Madam President, that we're delivering. Right now, every single Belizean will start to feel the impact of this. As rightly said by Senator Carr, my grandchildren, they won't have to be bearing down on a burden of a loan that they did not and would not have enjoyed. When we talk about economies, there's green economy, red economy, brown economy, orange economy, blue economy, which is where we're tapping in right now, even white economy. Some theorists would even go farther to say that there is silver economy. And I had to understand all of that in order to do my presentation today. But let me go back a little. We all exist here on planet Earth. And we've all enjoyed planet Earth all the days of our lives. There are persons that are 100 years old plus. But somehow, as human beings, we have found ways to destroy this beautiful planet in which we exist. Right now, as a nation, as a party in power, we're saying that those practices that we have over the years used to live and exist must change. And we must safeguard the resources in order for us to be able to move forward and to have prosperity, to lower poverty in this country, which has heightened over the past 13 years. And I have no apology for saying that. It's right there in the statistics. This government is saying that we will use...
Senator Bradley, I think it is your phone. Okay. May go ahead, Senator.
As I was saying, we exist on planet Earth. We have found ways to destroy it, and now we are resetting. And this government will be educating people in how to reset in order to change certain practices to preserve the environment so that we can have a healthier balance in this ecosystem. So it's not just about a blue economy that will happen, in the sense that the blue economy will be having the impact or a ripple effect on farming, which is the green economy. When we destroy the waterways, when we destroy the land, it simply means that we are increasing poverty. We're not impacting on education the way we should, and so much more. And so as a people, we have had to develop the Sustainable Development Goals. So everything that we're doing in all the different ministries are in support of having to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal for the best interests of the people of this nation. Now, when we talk about the sustainable goals, what is that? I live all the way in Progreso. What are you talking about in the Senate? What are you talking about in the House of Representatives? Those sustainable goals are for each of us on planet Earth to be able to live healthy lives within an ecosystem that will provide for us and where other living things can coexist. And Belize has its plan, 2 main documents that afforded a very solid way in how we're moving forward as a government. The Growth and Sustainable Development Strategy for Belize, as well as the Horizon 2030 National Development Framework for Belize 2010-2030. Now, how does that transcend to me? How do I understand that as that citizen out there who is, to my mind, doing the ordinary work to stay alive and be healthy, to create a living or to be able to sustain my family, to be able to educate my children? These two documents is what the government of Belize is using in order to afford the infrastructure, to ensure the environment that you live, the environment that you work is safe for you and your family. And so when we think about the blue economy and how it will impact me, how it will impact your children, is simply to understand for yourself and not listen to the naysayers. All the negative things about, oh, that's a blue economy, so it's a PUP thing. No, it's not that. It's us as a government safeguarding where you live, where you work, and where you need to coexist. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise as well to support the motion. I support it for several reasons. Firstly, it's a significant reduction in the national debt. I think that goes from 126% of GDP to 111%. It's a reduction of the interest rates. It's a reduction on the loan repayment pressures that the country faces. And it's also a reduction on the pressures on the foreign exchange. As you know, the business community uses foreign exchange to purchase goods and inputs that they need to function. And so any type of this reduction, I think, is a good thing. The savings alone, I think several of my colleagues mentioned the savings with respect to $500, $600 million, and so that itself, again, is a huge savings with respect to what is required. I take somewhat of a different views, my colleagues, Madam President. I come here with some mixed feelings. Like I said, I commend very highly the administration for getting us to where we are with respect to the super bond and getting rid of it and replacing it with the blue bonds. The terms are a lot more attractive. We have to pay a lot less with respect to the blue bond. But the fact is, we're here because of some tremendous abuses that had taken place in the past. We went on and we took on commercial debt in the form of the super bond, and it has put us in significant trouble. And that's why we're here today. We've been frantically looking at options, trying to get out of something that almost looked impossible at some point. And then COVID came, and then our economy was in really bad shape. And that's why I have the mixed feelings, Madam President, because I'm hoping that we would have learned some lessons from a national standpoint, where when we're looking at financing and capital for development, that we first look at bilaterals and multilateral options. And perhaps I'm hoping that the lesson we learn is that there should be significant consultations if we ever consider these types of commercial options in the future. It has put us in serious trouble. It could have easily put us in the claws of the IMF. It could have crashed the business sector and created tremendous increases with respect to our taxes in order to try to stay afloat. And that itself could have created many other problems for us. And so I'm hoping that we would have learned some lessons, Madam President. Like I said, I'm fully supportive of the motion in front of us. I think that it's certainly a much better position than we were in with the super bond. But I'm hoping that we will see at some point some initiative that will help us to safeguard us from getting into the type of trouble we did with this super bond. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Linsford Castillo.
Thank you, Madam President. I must say at this time that I really appreciate all the warm greetings that I received when I arrived this morning. And certainly, I must also say that it is certainly a pleasure and a privilege to be given this opportunity, albeit it might be only one single time, Madam President, but I nevertheless would like to take advantage of this opportunity and to find myself among such great company in this honorable house. Sorry, let me remove my mask. I also want to thank the government, especially the Honorable Prime Minister, John Briceño, for allowing us, if I could say, to be in somewhat of a, and to borrow the words, I think, of Senator Bennett, a celebratory mood, right, Senator, on this special occasion. And I also am appreciative of the fact that I am a part of this, what I regard as a very historic session in terms of addressing these very, very important national issues. So once again, Madam President, I would like to say thanks, and I'm humbled to be here on this occasion. Of course, we're here to look and to address these important issues, but man, it would be remiss of me to not make a few comments, especially after listening to what Senator Perifit had to say earlier, and it is a pity that, well, I'm sure he's listening to us still. But one of his colleagues in the past coined a meme with one word, which stated that it's amazing, right? I'm sure you recall what I'm talking about. But that is the meme that came to my mind, Senator Bennett, right? When I listened to Senator Perifit this morning, because it simply amazes me to see them trying to take credit for what is happening today. It amazes me that after 13 years, he will look at us and mention that what is happening today is a UDP initiative, and that we just find for ourselves on third base and all these type of things. Man, I could recall the words of the former Prime Minister way at the end of his tenure, where he stated, and he even mentioned it in French, if I could recall, après moi le déluge. right? That never sounded to me like something like this blue bond was in the horizon under the UDP administration. After me comes the flood. That is what those words signifies. So what does that mean when you hear that from a man that was at the helm for 13 years, and at the very end, he stated that after like we're saying a girl dog eat no supper, more or less, he also stated, and I'm not exactly holding it word for word, but he stated that as I feel sorry for whoever comes after me, and at the time, whether it was John Brasino or whether it was Patrick Faber, this man stated that, I don't make this up. It's there in history that I feel sorry, meaning that whoever becomes the Prime Minister after him, Madam President, that he's sorry for them because then he inherits something with a doom and gloom. I never hear nothing about there's a lead thing in the horizon where where make we look good, where rescue it, where all I heard back then, Madam President, was doom and gloom. And so now to hear and to listen to Senator Perfit say that the UDP initiative, that they do all of this, that everything was in place, and basically they gone first base, second base, and we just start the third base, is, I have to be polite, because it's my first time here.
Please be.
But I appreciate what Senator Salas mentioned earlier. And he stated as a fact that this opportunity came to Belize before the way here, Senator, 2014, was it? And the then government turned it down. And so the Seychelles, took up the opportunity. And then it looked good. So how could now you say that all of a sudden that the UDP government put all this in place and that this Briceño administration is simply just benefiting from all the hard work? Man, please, come again. Come again. But, Madam President, I rise in support of this bill. And I support this bill for many, many reasons. And one of them is not because I am a supporter of the People's United Party and this government. And it's not even because I am the current Secretary General of this great People's United Party. It's not because of that. But, Madam President, I support this bill because it is the right thing to do. It is the responsible thing to do. And as an ordinary, normal citizen of this country, it is what I am obligated to do. But, something, the primary reason, or one of the primary reasons why I support this bill, Madam President, is because for once and for all, we're finally going to stop the proverbial kicking of the can down the road. It comes to an end. Finally. And I know, honestly, I really don't like to call this thing or use the word super bun. I don't like that term any at all. But for want of a better word, let's say the so-called super bun. when it was successfully floated way back between the, I think it was in the latter term, the second term of the Musa administration, I might be wrong. Of course, it was heavily criticized by lock, stock, barrel, everybody. Superbond became a bad word in this, and it's still a bad word in many people's eyes and ears. But this so-called superbond was floated, and mind you, Senator Perfit mentioned earlier that this is a PUP creation. But from what I understand, you know, and Senator, the leader of government business could correct me, that the superbond consisted of a combination of loans dating as far back as the Esquivel administration. And so this bond, which became infamously known as the superbond, became a noose around the then Musa administration, and probably was one of the biggest reasons why the demise of that administration occurred in 2008. Moving up a bit, as a result of that, the UDP administration was ushered into power in 2008 under the whole guise under the term, I remember you hear it over and over and over: transparency, accountability, and good governance. That was their mantra. And so they came in 2008, and unlike what they say, I don't care what they say then and now, they inherited a healthy and a robust economy back then, 2008. So much so, they never need to call on read a budget until several months after. Right? So all things were fine, done, and beautiful back then. So they were in a position to effectively address the commitments and obligations of this so-called superbond. They were in a position, they can't come and say, we never got no money, we inherit a broke economy, with this, with that. There's certainly no COVID around, no pandemic. So the stage was set for them to effectively and responsibly address the intricacies that were attached to this commitment. But you know what, Madam President, what they chose to do? They instead chose to, as I said earlier, kick the pan down the road. Kick it when they reach us, kick it further, kick it. They spent months and years blame game, cursing the PUP about the superbond. Oh, they curse the darkness, as one would say, instead of trying to come up with formidable solutions, Madam President. And all this was to the loss of Belize. The Belize lose during the time, you know. Not the PUP, because by then the PUP didn't get voted out. That the Belizeans lost when they refused to come up with responsible solutions. And so I wasn't surprised, honestly, at the ineptitude of the UDP government back then when it came to addressing this issue and other issues, Madam President. But at the end of the day, the we lost, and as the years went by, months and years went by, Belize developed the reputation of being a serial defaulter. Serial, over and over. Even up to the last days, Madam President, we were still hearing, honestly, the same old song, that because of the PUP superbond, we couldn't make life better for Belizeans. to the last, 13 years of the same Sankey. So, let's move on from that, Madam President. As I did a quick review of the implications of this bill, I learned a lot because I am not by any stretch an economist. That's not my line. So I have to read and do a little studying and try figure certain things out. But I learned that the central objective of the bill was to reduce public debt. Well, the essence, in a nutshell, and we have to talk so the Belize people then go understand, because they can't understand a lot of these highfalutin financial terms, So we have to try get it down to the nitty-gritty. But the central objective, as I understand of this bill, is to reduce public debt by as much as 85%. Wow! When I read that and I saw that, I say, wow, this is, like the same words, amazing. And of course, it should be happening over the next 3, 4 to 5 years. So, since this so-called super bond, from what I also learned, represents almost 30% of our total public debt, then I realized that it is imperative that this government, and that is what we're doing and what we're going to be solidifying today, to find a permanent solution to this issue, instead of the kick the pan strategy that was employed by the last administration. So, Madam President, with the present undertakings that this government has already enacted and continues to enact and implement, what I also learned, that this blue bond has already attracted one senior rating from, is it Moody's, Senator Koi? Moody's rating agency has already delivered an A2 rating on this bond, on this renegotiation or whatever that a proper term. So in short, Madam President, these undertakings will effectively reduce our public debt, which is over 1 billion Belize dollars with a B, 1 billion Belize dollars, to just over 600 million Belize dollars with an M. That is good news, and that are just in the short term, And as we proceed, it will be reduced and eventually eliminated. So, Madam Speaker, like I said before, I am no economist. I left that to my colleagues, right? To my immediate left here, and Senator Courtney and these guys, no? But as I review this bill, I had no choice but to conclude my revision with a deep sense of national pride. And in the words of the Prime Minister Briceño, which he stated right here in his house on the House meeting on Tuesday, he stated that we have finally slayed the superbond giant. And that brought tremendous happiness, confidence to me. And so, Madam President, with that, I want to end now by once again lending my full support to this bill. And with that, I thank you very much.
I recognize someone. Please rise or I'll be.
Is my microphone? Yes.
I recognize Senator Shari Medina.
A pleasant good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to, first of all, welcome the two new senators today in the Senate. Welcome to you, Mr. Castillo and Mr. Martinez. I rise to give my contribution towards the motion, Madam Speaker. Looking at the blue bond, this is a beautiful initiative, and I think it takes a lot to get where we are today in terms of the blue bond. And I want to congratulate the UDP administration, despite the fact that I know that we might hear that we don't want to hear about what the previous administration has done. But it's very important to highlight the building blocks, the stepping stones as to where we are today with this blue bond. It's important also to, give reference and give acknowledgement to the present government for taking it forward and for it to come to fruition. And so I want to congratulate the present government. But we must not forget the many great things that the previous administration have put in place, and it's very important that we know. We look at several of the building blocks that I've mentioned. We look at some of the coastal zone management plans, the conservation legislations. We look at the establishment of a National Biodiversity Office, piloting of vessel monitoring tracking for artisanal fishing, and marine climate change adaptation projects, just to name a few. And all of these have been achieved for the blue bond, for it to be enacted by TNC. And so one of the biggest things for me and for the people of this country, I'm pretty sure, is for us to be able to make this in an approach where there is seen partnership, collaboration, and of course consultation with the people of this country, so that we know exactly where we're going and what is expected from the blue bond. And I must agree with Senator Bennett. Our heritage, our environment is about everything for us here in Belize. We don't take our environment for granted. We take it very seriously. And so this blue bond is supported by us, I must say. But there are several little things that I believe should be committed to in terms of the blue bond, such as the marine spatial plan. We have the general conservation undertakings, the blue carbon, the continued managed access program evaluation, the World Heritage Sites, the watershed management. And so, similar to what Senator Salas mentioned earlier, these are very key in order for us to be able to know that these are the commitments that will be put in place for our Belizean people to know that the Blue Bond is bringing all this together, pooling all these resources together. All the stakeholders are coming together to make sure that at the end of the day, we benefit greatly from it. I also thankful for the fact of the waiving of the taxes, because the waiving of the taxes then will then allow more money to be spent on other conservation projects, in other sectors as well, for the benefit of the Belizean people. And so I must say that these are some of the ways how we have all collaborated together, previous administration, present administration, and it's about working together so that the people of the country can benefit greatly from it. So we will not just say, okay, not look at what was previously done by the previous administration. There was a lot being done by the UDP, I must say that. I give thanks to the UDP, and of course I want to make sure that I emphasize that whatever the PUP is doing today, the present government, we're appreciative. We're happy to know that this is all coming to fruition, and we're celebrating a great day indeed, thanks to both governments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam President.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I want to join my other fellow senators in congratulating and welcoming Senator Linsford Castillo and Senator Luke Martinez. I want to quickly echo the words of Senator Shari Medina when she said it is very important that we highlight the stepping stones, how we got here. And for historical context, let me take us back to what we infamously call the super bun. It's in reality, I want to coin it the purple bun. Yes. I want to coin it the purple bun because it was a composite of our loan obligations under both the PUP blue and the UDP red. From 1981 until we restructured it between 2006 and 2007. So over and over, and it's important as we bury this super bun or this purple bun today, that the Belizean people remember clearly and know that it was not just borrowing by the PUP government, it was also borrowing by the UDP government. That's important because for years we've heard, oh, it's a PUP thing, it's a PUP thing, it's a PUP thing. And that's disingenuous. That's not the truth. So it's important as we bury it today that the truth again our Belizean people again be reminded of what is the truth. All right? It is in reality the purple bun. Yes, and it dies today. Next thing, Madam President. In 2008, and again, I'm just how we got here. In 2008, our debt, and I'm just reading it right directly off my phone, was 1.129 billion with a B, US dollar, which represented 83.19% of our GDP. That's when the UDP administration came into power. Sometime maybe March 2008, February, March, something like that. And Senator Castillo rightly said it was not until July that a budget was read because there was actually money in the coffers. But that's for another day. But if you proceed year after year after year after year, the debt increased and increased and increased and increased until we got to what Prime Minister John Briceño rightly said was 4.2 billion with a B. Belize dollars now. 2-point-something billion US dollars, representing 130% of GDP, completely unsustainable. Senator Salah said we were off the cliff. All right? And that's why I have to echo Senator Shari Medina's words. It's very important that we highlight the stepping stones, how we got to this moment. Those are the stepping stones. Increase of the debt, almost literally doubling our national debt in 13 years. 13 years. The government that Senator Castillo said was swept in with accountability and what have you, plumaged, raped, and misused the finances of this country, doubling our debt, bringing us to the point where
Senator Montejo, I raise a point of order. Those statements are highly inflammatory. And you can't say that in the Senate. You're imputing-
Senator
imputing
Darrell
improper-
Bradley, kindly hold one moment. You raised the point of order. Can you indicate which standing order you're referring to?
I don't have the book in front of me. No, the point of order is he's imputing improper motives, and the statements that he's making is not relevant to the motion before the Senate. The motion before the Senate is the associated agreements and the bill. To say that previous administration raped and plummeted, which were his exact words, has nothing to do with the motion, and it imputes improper motives, and it's inflammatory.
Senator, I note your intervention. I think the issue for Senator Montejo, as far as I understand it, is the context to which we have arrived here today. Perhaps his words may be a bit colorful, and I would ask you to lessen the color, but you may proceed with the context because it does speak to the foundation, or as you have put it, the steps to why we are where we are.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And Senator Bradley, it's important that the Belizean people be reminded of how we got here. It's important, all right? Because for too long, it was lie after lie after lie after lie.
Order, Madam President, with respect again, you can't say that in the Senate. The specific words is lie after lie after lie. You can't say that. That imputes improper motive.
Right.
It imputes improper motive on me as a senator. Lie. What are you saying? You can't say that in the Senate.
Senator Bradley and Senator Montejo, kindly sit, and I will just make a mention of something. The standing order at 5 speaks to imputing improper motive to any other member of either chamber. I have not heard the senator impute a motive. However, as I have asked Senator Montejo, similarly like how you cast the red and the blue in purple, can you use language that are more in line with the decorum of the Senate? Thank you.
Certainly, Madam President.
Again, Rule 36.4, it shall be out of order to use offensive or insulting language. To say lie, 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 to say rape and plummeted, those are highly offensive.
Senator, I take your intervention, but I have ruled. Senator Colette Montejo, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And it simply means I'll have to take more time because I'll be a little more, and I don't like to speak long. I want to get to the point and stick to it. So, in 13 years, 13, all right, our national debt went from 1.129 billion US dollars to 2.108 billion US dollars in 13 years. It took us from independence in 1981 to 2008, which is, if my math is right, 27 years to get to 1.129 billion US dollars. It took us 13 years to practically double that. And I'm supposed to, come on, man. And this is what I need, and I will repeat, very important to highlight the stepping stone, how we got here. All right? So that by the time this administration took over, we were at 130% of GDP, off the proverbial cliff. And it took the genius of individuals like Senator Chris, the people at the Ministry of Finance, Foreign Affairs, and so many other people to put their heads together to figure out how we are going to begin to address this debt to GDP ratio that was stifling our economy. Hence, this is the first step. As a matter of fact, it reduces, in this one motion that is being presented here today, reduces our debt from 130% to 114% of GDP. We are still in danger land. And Senator Chris will be the better person to say that. We are still not out of the woods. We are still critical. If you want to get down to hospital care, since so many symbolisms have been used today, things are still very serious in this country. So, Madam, yes, this is a great day for this country. A great day. But there's still a lot of work left to do, and I do not want for 1 second for the Belizean people to think that, oh, it's our glory now. We are still, and I know that this PUP administration intends to get debt to GDP ratio down to 75% by 2030. There's a lot of work left to do, Madam President, and I'm glad and I'm proud of Senator Chris and the entire team, and I proudly support this motion.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this motion, but I also want to make a few comments, clarifications, responses to the comments made here today. I think the analogy that has been referenced first by Senator Perifit, that we didn't make a triple, the baseball analogy. We didn't hit a triple. I agree. This government didn't hit a triple. This government hit a home run. But we have not won the game yet. While we have, by this blue bond, will have been able to reduce our debt by over $600 million. That's still, as Senator Collett mentioned, having inherited a debt of over $4 billion, what is $600 million? We still will have a debt of over roughly $3.5 billion. So, to continue the baseball analogy, no, this is serious. We are not in the bottom of the ninth. We are in the third inning. We have a long way to go. We have gone through a process that will reduce our debt by roughly 12%, our debt to GDP by roughly 12%. But as, again, Senator Collett highlighted, we were at 127%. That will put us to 115%. That still is not a sustainable position. To use a different analogy, we are in the midst of when we speak of having gone over the cliff, we haven't crash landed. I would say, well, I wouldn't want to say that we have learned to fly, but we are certainly rising from the flames. But this is not about glory. This is about the facts. I think in looking at rewriting history, it's important for posterity that we make clear what the facts are. We need to set the record straight. I won't go into all the details. Senator Collett has done much of that. But I will say that for 13 years, the past administration had the opportunity to solve this purple bond. And for those 13 years, they didn't. But you know what they did? In 13 years, over $730 million in interest was paid on this super bond. I think Senator said, we did that? Well, you did that. $730 million. I think that's important to have that resonate, because we didn't get anything for that $730 million. So this past administration did nothing to solve the problem and did everything to cost us $730 million. Whether it's a blue bond, BLU bond, red bond, I agree with Senator Salas. This is a blue bond, a BLUE bond. This is a bond for the people of Belize. This is a bond that gives us a chance to turn this economy around and to make life better. But in setting the record straight, I think it's important to clarify what those processes were that involved the negotiation of this blue bond. All this claim of credit for a red bond, it is true that from 2010, this discussion came about. It was referred to then as the Reefs for Life program. It was brought about by the TNC themselves. They negotiated for 4 years. And it wasn't the government that pulled out. Out of, I would suppose, frustration, the TNC themselves withdrew from that negotiation. So I'm not sure how a claim can be made that there was this process ongoing. They pulled out. In June 2020, after having gone through the Seychelles deal, they decided to give another crack at it. And so they did approach the government of the day. But I have some personal knowledge of this. And I recall specifically some of the same persons that the senator referenced as being involved then informed me that the deal fell through by September. So it was dead again then. It wasn't in a process of negotiation, and when the new administration came in, it was a restart. And ultimately, it took us between 10 and 11 months to get this to this point where we will save this government over $500 million. So it took 13 years of the past administration to squander $730 million. It took 13 years for the past administration to do nothing. And it took this administration 10 months to close this blue bond deal. A couple items to clarify. Arbitration. I think earlier in the year we went through the process of getting the New York Convention ratified through the Senate. And there's all this raising about it being in for Ashcroft, and the senator seemed to repeat that comment again this morning. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. So if you were involved in this negotiation process for this blue bond, then you would have known that it is the very Development Finance Corporation, the US's DFC, that you referenced earlier, that required the ratification as part of this blue bond transaction. It is that DFC that provided the political risk insurance that was ultimately necessary for this transaction to be able to proceed on a basis that would be affordable to us and that would attract the Moody's rating of AA2, never before seen in Belize. I hope that clarifies that issue of arbitration. I would like to quickly wrap up or end by expressing gratitude and appreciation for the persistence and the efforts of the Nature Conservancy. It is true, they never gave up on us. As much as 4 years was wasted between 2010 and 2014, and as much as things went flat in 2020, they were willing to negotiate with us and to bring this deal to fruition. And it should be highlighted that it isn't that the TNC just participated in the arranging of this transaction. They didn't, and they aren't lending us the money. They participated in arranging this transaction, but their effort was not limited to just that. They did contribute, or they are contributing $10.5 million in equity for the blue bonds and setting aside between 35 and 40 million in investments to support the reserve accounts that support this blue bond and that allows us to get this great a deal that we've gotten. It hasn't been easy. It has been complex in going through this process, in negotiating not only with the TNC and the Credit Suisse and their advisors, but also with the bondholders on a parallel basis and ultimately on an integrated basis. That hasn't been easy, that has been complex. But we are here now, and we are at the cusp of completing this transaction that will bring huge benefits to this country, not only financially, but on a conservation basis as well. So let me end there. We've spoken quite a bit already. Thank you.
Madam President, I anticipate
that my friend Senator Bradley will be up and down in a short while. He can't stand the heat. Well, he feel heat now. I said this morning that we would witness an attempt to rewrite history. True to form, Senator Perfit couldn't help himself. Claim credit that day somebody land on third base, somebody who did this, somebody did that. There were red bomb. One of the things that you learn in life, and it's a pity he's still outside and not in here. One of the things you learn in life are facts, are stubborn things. Senator Montejo, Senator Castillo, Senator Cal, Senator Coy, Senator Bennett took their time to accurately reflect the historical record on this matter. But they never complete, you see. So I will add a few more. 2008, when the man with the double-sided machete was elected to office, the super bond stood at $526 million, United States currency. Write down the numbers. 526. Why never bring Jews? This is the kind of thing he needs to listen to. You heard what Senator Coy said? Over those 13 years, $730 million Belize dollars in interest was paid. 730 million. So we start out with 526 million, spend 730 million Belize dollars in interest. Now, I would assume that after paying $750 million, that the thing may are lesser. You know, when they left office, what the super bond was? $552.9 million, United States currency. It gone from 526 to 552.9 million after they spent $730 million Belize dollars in interest. I don't know if you call that Reaganomics. I don't know whether you call that voodoo economics. I call it UDP baronomics. So when you come here and say, this is a red bond, and this is a blue bond, and this is a green bond, you are a disastrous baseball player. We have the better batters and catchers on this side of the baseball game. No, I said this before and I repeat it. Somehow, people have a fetish with Michael Ashcroft. Every chance they get, they bring up Michael Ashcroft's name. And Senator Perfit said this morning, incorrectly, jump up, Senator Bradley, incorrectly, that we ratified arbitration awards in favor of Michael Ashcroft. That is an untruth. It is a misrepresentation. It is a falsehood. It is a word that begins with L and ends in R and has an I and A in the middle. We ratified, passed a resolution to ratify the New York Convention. No, ratify no arbitration award. And Senator Coy said, Mr. Senator Perfit, I don't know where you are, I guess still at the back.
It was the United States Development Finance Corporation that insisted on this. And I said that at the time, that it was a condition of the negotiations. But if Senator Perifit had read the documents, he would know. Let me help him. Page 35, Blue Loan Agreement, draft October 22nd, 2021. Page 35, clause 16.4b. The very end it says, Belize expressly confirms that the Convention on the Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Awards has been incorporated into domestic law of the jurisdiction and agrees that it is bound by the terms of the Convention, including as a treaty obligation, and the Convention shall apply to any action to enforce an award issued pursuant to an arbitration conducted in accordance with Section 16.4. That is what the DFC requested, that we ratify the instrument that was already a part of our law. We completed the formalities, is the words that I used then, and I repeat them now. It has nothing to do with Michael Ashcroft. It has to do with an essential term to conclude this Superbond arrangement that is a victory for the People's United Party. So Senator Perifit should stop misrepresenting the facts to suit his case and to rewrite history. The facts are clear, black and white, Madam President. But it gets worse. Nothing great. It's a simple thing. This is an easy thing. No kind of negotiation necessary. They may do everything. So why they never do it? Simple, man, easy. Ain't that the one who got all the friends in New York who call me and send me text? I don't call no name. But you know, as this deal was being developed, experts, not rewriters of history, experts had things to say. The Financial Times, and I want to quote them, if Belize can secure approval, the country can secure the first green-tinged debt restructuring. Investors and advisors say that the agreement could serve as a template for future restructuring talks in which cash-strapped nations use the promise of environmental conservation to drive a harder bargain. Financial Times, the big up PUP. I ain't not saying nothing about Senator Perifit. I don't see them saying anything about former Prime Minister Barrow. Gulati, a distinguished scholar, quote, listen to this, listen carefully. The recent restructuring of Belize's sovereign debt is an example of how a country can address a debt crisis while preserving investment that can promote sustainable growth. No other sovereign has ever gotten additional debt restructuring in exchange for doing environmental preservation itself. End of quote. Nobody else except this government of John Bresenio has ever achieved this in history. They don't say nothing about no Mr. Perifit or Mr. Barrow. But you know what Mark Wilson from the Trinidad Express said? I wish Senator Perifit would have come from the back and listen. Let me quote the Trinidad Express. The new blue bonds, which will replace the super bond, will carry a lower interest rate. And there's an extra 7 years of repayment. Listen, Senator Bradley, listen to what he says. It sounds like magic. Belize was badly in need of magic. It's easy to see why Belize is celebrating. End of quote. Madam President, history will recall not that we perform magic, but that we worked hard. Not that we perform magic, but that we took advice and counsel within and among ourselves and our advisors. And we struck a brilliant bargain for the Belizean people. And history will condemn the United Democratic Party for having failed. And I'm going to prove it. I don't know why Senator Perfeet not come from where they. I have...
That you, Senator Courtney, I would ask that you leave Senator Perfeet where he is and speak to the issue.
Obliged, Madam President. I have a document in my hand, marked confidential, but I assume somebody over there would have known about it. Belize Marine Conservation and Climate Adaptation Initiative, February 2014. PUP na ba yung government? February 2014. You know what this document says, Senator Linsford? Let me tell you the vision. Sustain the Belize Barrier Reef as a unique world-class natural resource via a climate-resilient, representative, and adaptive governance framework. Belize would be the first nation in the world to establish 10% of its territorial waters as marine replenishment no-take zones, delivering long-term economic benefits for its people and abating the impacts of climate change on marine biodiversity and the livelihoods of future generations. This initiative will be made possible through an innovative and precedent-setting debt for climate transaction explicitly geared to generate long-term sustainable funding for marine conservation and climate adaptation. The transaction will be the first of its kind to explicitly benefit marine conservation and climate adaptation efforts. The funding stream will capitalize an endowment targeted at 90 to 100 million US dollars. Managed by an independent entity, the returns from which would provide long-term sustainable funding for an ecologically and financially sustainable barrier reef system. The debt transaction will be contingent upon purchasing existing Belize commercial debt at a discount. 2014. 2014. The United Democratic Party government was given an opportunity to sell the Belize debt at a discount, create a trust fund of 90 to 100 million US dollars, and they failed. It is mercenary that 730 million Belize dollars in interest was paid. And they were given an opportunity to fix that in 2014, and they failed. Yet they come here with no shame and claim that they are heroes and that this is their baby. No such thing. Madam President, members of this Senate, I will not allow Senator Perfeet or anyone else on that side of the House to come here and pretend that they are the engineers of this transaction. This transaction was negotiated, designed, completed by the People's United Party under the Honorable John Briceño.
And I will close by saying why we are celebrating today. We are celebrating today because we negotiated a 45% discount on the debt, saving $516 million Belize dollars. We are celebrating because we have reduced the debt, public debt, by 15 percentage points of GDP. They didn't do it. We are celebrating because the cash flow savings in the near term will be significant, approximately $126 million Belize dollars between 2021 and 2025. We are celebrating today because Belize's reputation as a global marine conservation leader will swell, bolstering additional donor interest and buttressing an already critical marketing linchpin. And we are celebrating today the AA2 rating, unprecedented, never before earned by Belize under the Honorable John Presenda and the People's United Party. Madam President, before I sit, I want to thank the senators, social partners who have, and Senator Bradley and Senator Medina, who in a mature way and in a sober way, the President told me to left alone, he said to left alone, the social partners and Senator Medina and Senator Bradley, who in a mature way offered their support and congratulations for the victory that is Belizean. And I want to thank them for their support of this very important blue bond. Madam President, I ask at this stage that we pause to acknowledge those who achieved this. It is giving us an opportunity to breathe again. I thank you, Madam President.
Honorable members, the question is, now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that it would be in the interest of Belize so to do, approves and confirms the purchase and redemption, the loan agreement, the conservation funding agreement, and any ancillary agreement on the terms and conditions set out above, and authorizes Belize to make any payments thereunder, and to pay fees and expenses incurred by the government of Belize in connection with the negotiation and execution of such agreements. And be it further resolved that this Honorable House hereby authorizes, in the name and on behalf of the government of Belize, the Minister of Finance, to finalize, effectuate, execute, and or deliver the purchase and redemption, the loan agreement, the conservation funding agreement, and the ancillary agreements on the terms and conditions set out above. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the leader of government business.
I move that whereas the 34th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, held from the 3rd to the 6th July 2013 in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago, mandated the establishment of a CARICOM reparations commissions, as well as national reparation committees to pursue reparatory justice for the transatlantic slave trade and slavery and native genocide in Commonwealth Caribbean. And whereas the CARICOM Reparations Commission has devised a 10-point plan for slavery reparations, which calls for, among other things, the research, preparation of claims, setting out the moral, ethical, and legal case for making the reparations by the United Kingdom. And this House is aware that the Jamaica is preparing to present a petition to Her Majesty the Queen for the referral of this question to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council in England. And whereas heads of government of the Caribbean community recommitted themselves to the advancement of this issue at their 32nd intercessional meeting held virtually on the 24th and 25th of February 2021. And whereas a credible body of regional and international studies have been able to substantiate that profits from the British slave trade and the slave labor contributed significantly to the accumulation of capital in Great Britain, which financed the Industrial Revolution and conversely contributed to the underdevelopment of member states of the Caribbean community. And whereas the United Nations Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance in Durban, South Africa in 2001, acknowledged that the transatlantic slave trade and slavery are crimes against humanity, and, quote, have undeniably contributed to the poverty, underdevelopment, marginalization, social exclusion, economic disparities, instability, and insecurity that affect many people in different parts of the world, in particular developing countries, end of quote. And that Africans and people of African descent, Asians and indigenous people were victims of these acts and continue to be victims of their consequences. And whereas on the 17th June 2020 at the 43rd session of the Human Rights Council of urgent debate on current racially inspired human rights violation and systemic racism, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, called for amends to be made for centuries of violence and discrimination, including through formal apologies, truth-telling processes, and reparations in various forms. And whereas the British Parliament passed the Slavery Abolition Act 1833, which abolished the slavery system, and the British government paid £20 million, which today, by some converters, would equate to about £70 billion, to the former slave owners as compensation for the loss of their human chattels, quote unquote, but there were no reparations of any kind to the indigenous people and former slaves and their descendants. And whereas the European colonial powers that sanction the transatlantic slave trade and slavery have refused to issue an apology and have shown a reluctance to engage in any meaningful discussion on reparations for their role in the slave trade and enslavement of the people of African descent. And whereas there is convincing legal research that shows first that the unauthorized removal and forced transportation of African people from Africa and their subsequent enslavement in the Caribbean countries, including Belize, were against the fundamental principles of the common law. Secondly, there was no clear legal basis for slavery in Belize, and in any event, any such legislation that purported to authorize slavery was void as being repugnant to fundamental principles of English law. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House debate the issue and take the unanimous decision that, quote, the government of Belize is morally, legally, and ethically obliged on behalf of the former slaves and their descendants of Belize, then the British settlement in the Bay of Honduras, to present the appropriate case in the United Kingdom to determine whether, as a matter of law, the United Kingdom is liable for the unlawful seizure, transportation, and subsequent enslavement of African people in Belize under British colonial rule up to and until 1833, and to receive the appropriate reparations from Britain. 2, the government of Belize, in presenting this case to the appropriate body, shall seek to evaluate not only the economic cost of slavery in Belize, but also, based on expert evidence, seek reparation for the former slaves and their descendants for the denial of their culture and history, human rights abuses, including but not limited to murder, rape, flogging, branding, denial of freedom of movement, freedom to worship, freedom to own land, and the right to education, for the severe generational mental and psychological damage to slaves and their descendants long after 1838, caused by their degraded status as slaves and perpetuated by associated systemic racism and racial discrimination. Be it further resolved that this Honorable House calls upon its sister CARICOM states to take similar decisions in their respective jurisdictions on this matter. Madam President, again, a long motion, but resolution, but it is of critical importance. This is a matter that is long outstanding, and we are hoping that the Senate will unanimously support this resolution.
I recognize Senator Darrell Bradley.
Madam President, I rise to offer, first of all, support for the motion in relation to the bringing of the claim. I did have certain questions or concerns in relation to it, simply because it is something that I think it's very significant, and there's not a lot of public information or discussion within Belize about it. I do know that I believe it's the Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies has done a significant amount of work in this area. I note that several of the whereas clause refers to slavery, and then it also refers to natives and indigenous people. And I do know that within the context of Belize, we have had a history of the Mayan people being affected by colonialism, being displaced, and so forth. But I noticed that when it went into the actual claim and the operative clauses of the resolution, it's limited in terms of the language just to a claim dealing with slavery and the effects of slavery. And I wondered in relation to the broadening it, is it that there was some rationale behind that? How are we here and so forth in relation to just slavery and then indigenous and native rights? I also wanted to inquire of Senator Courtney in terms of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, whether or not there is any diplomatic channels to seek any resolution of this issue. It's particularly in terms of the motion drafted by way of a legal claim. And I noticed paragraph 1 of the operative section says it's a claim presented in the United Kingdom. And I just know, I mean, again, I've not looked at this issue, but in terms of issues of limitation periods and standing and so forth, I noticed that the second paragraph mentions the appropriate body, but not specifically limiting it, so that, for example, there are international tribunals and other tribunals who deal with these kinds of cases rather than specific courts within the jurisdiction. So I was kind of curious about that as well. And in terms of the last issue that I mentioned, firstly, I think that this issue of reparations is something that affects countries in the Western Hemisphere in a unique way, because outside of Africa, the Caribbean region, including Belize, has the highest proportion in terms of the overall population of African people. And one of the things that I will say is that, has the government given thought to significant more public education, public dialogue and discussion on this issue, particularly because it is something that is so impactful of a significant amount of the population? I think that when you speak of a legal claim and a motion in this way, this brings to mind a lot of issues, identity issues, historical issues, institutional attitudes in terms of discrimination and so forth. And I think a significant amount of benefit could be derived from a strategic public education or public consultation process, so that people can be involved in this type of litigation, which is done on behalf of, I suspect, particular people who would have been affected, but the country on a whole, to look at histories of underdevelopment and institutional underdevelopment and the effects of colonialism. So just those 3 points in relation to contributing to the discussion.
I recognize Senator Bishop Moses Bengasher.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And some of the points raised by Senator Bradley, especially on the issue of public education, I think is important, because it is one that I would also like to raise. And I raise it from the perspective that as we begin this process in Belize, I know, in fact, to an extent already, it has already started some emotional discussion. And I think perhaps it would serve as a good opportunity as the public debate begins to be able to keep emotions intact, and also to be able to have mature fulfilling discussions as we go forward. And so I want to certainly encourage the government to move in that direction. I want to say, Madam President, that as this has come to the Senate, to remind us as a Senate that the church has been at the forefront of the movement to have abolished slavery. And I think that must be also noted. I say that to say, Madam President, that we must seek to move the debate a little further, as I said, and again, as the debate begins or continues, to remind the Belizean people that as we launch out on this, it is important to note that it is not only the black population, the black Creole or the Garifuna, but as was mentioned, in all this, to remember the East Indians and the indentured servants, the Chinese in the mix, so that as we have this debate on repatriation, we must also make sure that we include those groupings. In bringing this to the table, Madam President, I would also like for us to note that though, as I look at what is here, it is primarily focused on the discussion with our mother country, England, that I think as we go forward, there must be the wider debate of the other European countries who were a part of enslaving our people. And so, yes, we have started a discussion with England, and the push is in that direction. But what of Spain? What of the Netherlands? And I mention especially the Netherlands because in CARICOM, Suriname is also a part of CARICOM. And the Netherlands would have affected Suriname in one way or the other. Marcus Mosiah Garvey would have reminded us that the sum total of repatriation involves the strategy to reinstitute and extract from those who would have wronged blacks of their God-given freedom and means and ways of regaining our justice, dignity, and solidarity. I would therefore like to suggest, Madam President, in support of the motion, that we also take some additional things into consideration. That whatever CARICOM is doing, that we also have to remind ourselves that though we would like to move collectively, we must also bear in mind that Belize, in a sense, is unique. And so we must also think of that individual effort in going forward. I would want to believe that whatever comes out of this, there are some important things to take note of, Madam President, that in speaking of repatriation, some people, as I heard on a talk show, only think of monetary gain. And it is not only money we're talking about here, but what we must also seek to educate our people about is that as we go forward into negotiations, that it is not only monetary gain, but perhaps a part of the repatriation process that we must talk of is how can we, from our European sisters and brothers, perhaps move in the direction of them compensating Caribbean territories using educational packages and seeking in a way to perhaps remind them that while we might not be seeking monetary gain, how can they, as developed countries, be more accessible in assisting developing countries such as Belize in its educational process, and to maximize that aspect that they owe us, because in a sense, as we speak of this, they would have suppressed us for as many centuries as we can remember. And so we must also seek to ensure that we not only remind them of that aspect, but that be put on the table as a part of our negotiating strategy. And in addition to that, Madam President, something that has always been close to my heart when we speak of slavery and abolition and emancipation, something that has always been close to my heart is when lands were taken away from slaves and the free people. And we have not recovered from that. And I think that as a part of what must be included is that these countries must also assist our Caribbean territories in helping its people and citizens of Caribbean territories to be able to possess lands. And so it is not only a government thing, but perhaps as a part of our negotiating strategy, that land compensation must also form a part of it. And what I see Caribbean countries are doing today is perhaps giving people lands without titles. It must be both. It was a part of the strategy that was used in the days after slavery, whereby the master allowed the ex-slaves to live on the land, but it did not belong to them. And to a large extent, that continues today, where some people live on lands, but no titles. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration. Madam President, I want to say that this is not something we're doing, going to the European countries, and especially to England, to beg. That is not so. We're not begging anybody. It is what is owed to us, what was done to our people years ago, where our riches in the Caribbean was plundered by European countries. Some of that wealth was taken out of the region, and it is only fair that in one way or the other, it be returned. And so, Madam President, I rise to support what is before us this afternoon. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Luke Martinez.
Thank you, Madam President. We also rise to support this motion, Madam President. Reparation, but we will not accept apology. The genocide has to be recognized, the plundering has to be recognized, and absolutely the continuous effects of colonialism has to be recognized. Madam President, we hope that as we move forward, we could get involved in terms of the public education that has mentioned earlier. That is very important. The public and social dialogue on this topic has to happen, Madam President. We also want to add caution along with Senator Bengushe in terms of the inclusion of the Mayans, the East Indians, and all those who had suffered and continue to suffer under the colonial regime, the European colonial regime, Madam President. And so we absolutely want to express our support for this reparation motion. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Usmani Salas.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise to support this motion, Madam President, and I want to point to three areas in the motion that are highly instructive. The first one is really in the first paragraph of the motion, as Leader of Government Business read earlier. It refers to the CARICOM Reparations Commission and the 10-point plan for slavery reparations. But it was back in 2013 in Port of Spain that the 34th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM mandated the establishment of that commission. The major point, as I just mentioned, is that 10-point plan for slavery reparations. I don't want to refer to a couple of things there in a few. I had a couple questions initially, as Senator Bradley had mentioned, but I felt I was comforted after I referred to the 10-point plan. I'll refer to that in a bit. Another important point is that we should join Jamaica in that petition. And as the final paragraph of the motion says, that once we pass this motion, we call upon sister CARICOM states to take similar decisions in their respective jurisdictions. So in effect, having them join Jamaica and us in this. I agree, Senator Bradley, that education, and Senator Bishop Begushe, education and awareness are of enormous importance. And I would hope and I would expect that in the second decision that we have listed in the motion, as stated here, that in conducting a valuation of the economic cost of slavery in Belize, that we engage in consultation, education, and awareness as we do this. Because we all need to know what that economic cost has been. So, at the same time, Madam President, we must acknowledge that no matter what the former European colonial powers do, no matter what they give, it will never make up for the massive, the terrible injustice that were inflicted on our ancestors. Never. However, the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice lays out a way that they can, and that's the term where the term reparation comes from. There could be reparatory justice. Now, quoting from the 10-point plan, or the 10-point plan, yeah, for reparatory justice, it's important to mention this. How many people were affected? Their second point deals with repatriation, and here it states that over 10 million Africans were stolen from their homes and forcefully transported to the Caribbean as the enslaved chattel and property of Europeans. The transatlantic slave trade is the largest forced migration in human history and has no parallel in terms of man's inhumanity to man. It goes on to say that this trade in enchained bodies was a highly successful commercial business for the nations of Europe. The lives of millions of men, women, and children were destroyed in search of profit. And not only that, the descendants of these stolen people have a legal right to return to their homeland if they so desire. I was happy to see in the 10-point plan that the third point deals with indigenous people. Indigenous People Development Program. And here it states that genocide and land appropriation went hand in hand. A community of over 3 million in the year 1700 of our native population was reduced to less than 30,000 in the year 2000. 3 million in 1700 to 30,000 in 2000. So, as pointed out here, survivors remain traumatized, landless, and are the most marginalized social group within the region. So I would also hope that in our efforts to seek reparations, as guided by the 10-point plan, we also consider our indigenous peoples and the untold suffering that the Africans experienced. So it is our moral obligation, Madam President, to support this motion. This will be a strong message to the world. Because, Madam President, I think another thing we must recognize is that in these modern times, there is still slavery happening in different parts of the world. Some try to call it other things, but it is slavery. It is happening all over the world. So it is like we have not learned from past sins. So we are obligated to support this motion, and I proudly support it. Madam President, thank you.
Honorable
I'd like to respond to a few of the things that have been said. First of all, I'd like to thank those senators who took the floor to support the motion. And I think we have to remember the context. And in answer to the queries raised by Senator Bradley and Senator Bengushe, Senator Martinez, the motion starts out by saying, the 34th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community held in 2013 in Port of Spain mandated the establishment of a CARICOM Reparations Commission as well as National Reparations Committees. Belize, unfortunately, has not established a reparations committee. And it is important that we do so quickly for the reason that has been pointed out by everyone, the need for education and involvement of the people as we pursue the claim for reparation. And I can say to this Honorable Senate that the government is actively looking into the establishment of a reparations committee for Belize as mandated by the heads of government decision. Again, as Senator Salas quite helpfully pointed out and has been pointed out by other senators, The 10-point plan does refer and contemplate reparatory justice for indigenous people, not only the African slaves and their descendants who were brought over. And so that will have to be brought into the mix in order that it is a holistic and comprehensive claim. I think the point made by Senator Bengoshe is key, and it is recognized that Belize is unique in many ways in this regard. And I would just want to raise a couple of points in that regard. The University College of London Slavery Legacy Database shows that there were 257 slave owners in Belize who were compensated for 1,896 slaves, an average of 7.4 slaves per owner. What was the value of the compensation paid to the slave owners? 100,764 pounds. Sounds small? In today's dollars, that is a minimum of 30 million and upwards. In fact, some people say close to $1 billion, depending on how you value the currency. Suffice it to say that for 1,896 slaves, a minimum of $30 million in today's dollars were paid to the slave owners. Absolutely nothing, zero, has been paid to the slaves or their descendants. And so a claim has to be presented. Now, it is important to say that there is no hope, in our view, of this matter being resolved diplomatically. In 2015, the then Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, David Cameron, was in Jamaica. And the matter was raised by the then Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller. And his response was simply to acknowledge the historical wrong, simply, yes, well, slavery was horrible, and said, as friends, we can move on together to build for the future, end quote. That callous response prompted a letter from the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson to Mr. Cameron. With your permission, I will quote from it, Madam President. It says, Prime Minister, the most noble intentions were jarred by those portions of your address which asserted that slavery was a long time ago in the historical past, and as friends, we can move on together to build for the future. Your host, the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, in her gracious welcome, referred to the difficult issue of reparation, which should be a discussion in a spirit of mutual respect, openness, and understanding as we seek to actively engage the UK on the matter. You chose instead to throw down the gauntlet. Mere acknowledgement of its horror will not suffice. It was and still is a most heinous crime against humanity, a stain which cannot be removed merely by the passage of time. The attempt to trivialize and diminish the significance of 300 years of British enslavement of Africans and a trade in their bodies reflect the continued ethnic targeting of our ancestors and their progeny for discriminatory treatment in both the annals of history and in the present. To speak of slavery as something from the Middle Ages is insufficient. For our communities, its legacies are still present in their memory and emotions. To reject this living experience is to repudiate the very meaning and existence of these people's lives. How can we simply forget it and move on to the future? If there is no explicit admission of guilt now, when will be the proper time? End of quote. So, the point we seek to make is the government of Belize, and I believe all Belizeans, believe that this is a matter that should be pursued. We do not believe that it can be pursued. There is not even a recognition of the guilt by the British government of the slave trade, a crime against humanity. And so, based on advice, expert legal advice, based on a substantial body of research that has been done, the final shape of a claim is going to be is in the works. I have seen it, and the intention is to lodge it, Madam President, in the Privy Council in England. That it was contrary to the fundamentals of the common law in the whole period of slavery, and that someone, and in this case the British government, has to be held accountable. The question is, what is the nature of the reparation? And it goes from an acknowledgement to compensation to an endowment of money for education, for land, all various types of things. And on that, we're taking advice. Let us not forget that there have been other peoples who have been compensated for this type of human crime. And so we should not underestimate the strength of the legal case and the moral rectitude of the claim. And so, with the support of the Senate and the House, we would like to authorize the government and the lawyers to proceed to present a case on behalf of the persons as framed in the motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas, bearing in mind that in 1948, more than 700,000 Palestinians were forced to leave their homeland in consequence of acts of ethnic cleansing, including terrorist acts that wiped out entire villages, and that there has been a continuing policy of ethnic cleansing carried out by the State of Israel. And whereas deeply concerned at the consistent refusal of Israel to comply with the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 194 of 1948, which recognized the right of return of the expelled Palestinians, and whereas conscious of the fact that for the 73 years the UN has repeatedly condemned Israel's illegal annexation of occupied Palestinian territory and violations of the right of self-determination of the Palestinian people, while Israel has ignored even relevant binding resolutions issued by the United Nations Security Council. And whereas deeply concerned about Israel's brutal repression of Palestinian popular resistance against the forcible removal of Palestinian families from their homes in East Jerusalem to make space for more illegal settlements, and whereas appalled by the latest Israeli military assault in May 2021 on Gaza, a territory of 141 square miles, housing over 2 million Palestinians, 80% of whom are refugees driven from their homes in other parts of Palestine, resulting in the killing of at least 240 Palestinians, including 66 children of Gaza, leaving all 2.1 million people facing shortages of water and power, while the bombings destroyed or damaged over 1,000 homes. And whereas, considering that in 2018, the Israeli parliament passed a basic law which states that the state of Israel is a nation state of the Jewish people, and that the fulfillment of the right of national determination in the state of Israel is unique to the Jewish people, thereby institutionalizing the de facto apartheid practiced by the Israeli state. And whereas mindful that in 2010, the International Committee of the Red Cross stated that, quote, the whole of Gaza's civilian population is being punished for acts for which they bear no responsibility. The closure, therefore, constitutes a collective punishment imposed in clear violation of Israel's obligation under international humanitarian law, end of quote. And whereas mindful that in 1984, Belize became a party to the Fourth Geneva Convention, which states at Article 49 that the occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civilian population into the territory it occupies, and that Israel has violated this convention, various UN Security Council resolutions, international human rights law, and international humanitarian law by transferring over 600,000 Israelis into occupied Palestinian territories and declaring its intention to continue to create more settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories. And whereas recognizing that Belize has the international obligation to condemn apartheid and any support or assistance toward the maintenance of apartheid anywhere, and whereas recalling the unequivocal support for Belize for the right of the people of Palestine to exercise freely and without fear their right to self-determination, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House resolves, 1, that Israel's regime of systemic oppression of the Palestinian people constitutes a regime of settler colonialism and apartheid. 2, that the government should support efforts of the United Nations investigation of Israel apartheid. 3, to urge the government to support by all means at its disposal the International Criminal Court's investigation and prosecution of individuals responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity committed in the occupied Palestinian territory. 4, to call for an immediate end to Israel's illegal 14-year blockade of Gaza, which constitutes a form of collective punishment and a grave violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention, as well as international human rights and international humanitarian law. That the government should, 5, that the government should ensure that Belize complies with its obligations under international law to contribute to lawful and effective measures, including targeted sanctions aimed at ending Israel's grave violations of international humanitarian law and Palestinian human rights. 6, this Parliament therefore calls on government to put an end to any kind of military, police training, or security exchange or trade with Israel. And 7, to call on the government to adopt measures to ensure that businesses operating in Belize do not engage in or profit from Israel's human rights violations committed against the Palestinian people, and to support annual updates of the UN database of companies involved in business with Israel's illegal settlements.
I recognize Senator Darrell Bradley.
I rise, Madam President, to speak on the motion, and there are certain concerns that I have. First of all, I think this was just probably a language issue for my clarification. In the operative clause, clause 6, where it says, this Parliament therefore calls on the government to put an end to any kind of military, police training, or security exchange or trade. I'm assuming that that doesn't include trade. It's related just to those specific exercises in relation to security matters. That's a question. And that the or kind of makes it sound as if it's a bit unclear that it would include trade. One of the things that I was getting there is that we have diplomatic relations with the state of Israel. We also have diplomatic relations with the United States. And one of the things in relation to this motion, I'm very mindful of the fact that one of the fundamental things is in the area of human rights and international human rights. And one of the things that has always been something that I take great pride on is that the preamble of Belize speaks resoundingly on our nation's commitment to human rights and the recognition of the dignity and right of people throughout the world. So that from the point of view of a country that is part of the international family of countries, that is a member of the United Nations and that champions the rights of people throughout the world to live in freedom and peace, we support this because there is an issue in relation to human rights and human rights violations and issues in relation to the recognition of the plight of people in Palestine. And as a country that subscribes to human rights, I think that the resolution where it champions and it calls for the recognition of civility and justice for the people of Palestine, that is something that is to be laudable and that is something that should be supported. I don't necessarily know in terms of the level of comfort in relation to some of the language that is very strong language. And it's strong language dealing with an entity that is a diplomatic friend and partner in relation to Belize. And it's that area that I would kind of say that there would be some degree of hesitation, particularly in relation to some of the operative paragraphs and passages that would call for interruptions of relationships between our country and Israel. And that's why I kind of make note of the word trade and those kinds of operations. I also wanted to ask the foreign minister just in relation to the wider context. And I'm mindful of Belize as a nation. I'm mindful of our vulnerabilities and so forth. And I would just inquire of the honorable foreign minister in relation to if he can say what would be Belize's foreign policy objectives in relation to this resolution. Again, I'm mindful of our interests and our diplomatic relationships. I would support the parts of this motion that speak fundamentally about the recognition of human rights and associating ourselves in defense of the rights of people in Palestine. But I would just inquire of the foreign minister respectfully in relation to Belize's foreign policy interests in relation to the areas of the motion that speaks about any kind of interruption in relation to our relationships.
I recognize Senator Bishop Moses Bengashe.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And as I have listened to Senator Bradley, perhaps I should just take off from where he left off insofar as the human rights aspect is concerned. But just want to preface what I'm going to say by perhaps just reminding myself publicly of when I attended college years ago and was a part of the student body that dealt with foreign students, as we were known in the United States. And within that body, we had a few Palestinians. And I recall that one of the things, I suppose they did it as therapy, but they would always recall and show us the physical scars on their backs and the wealth on their bodies as to what was done with them, what was done to them. And I will never forget that experience of them sharing with us the struggles they have had as a people over the years. It is in that respect, Madam President, that I rise, as mentioned by Senator Bradley, to perhaps in what we're doing emphasize that human aspect element. He's a lawyer by profession, and so he has clearly outlined the other aspects that we have to bear in mind. But perhaps I just want to continue to remind us of the hurt and the fears and the needs of the Palestinian people. But in addition to this, Madam President, I think we must not leave out the fact that, as was mentioned, that we share a relationship, a common relationship with Israel. And I also am aware that as much as the Palestinian people are suffering, believe me, there are some sympathetic Israelis who are also suffering. And so that must also be noted. Insofar as the human rights aspect is concerned, I would like for us to bear in mind particularly the role of women in all this and how they have been marginalized to some extent and abused to some extent. And so in the shaping of what Belize is putting forward, perhaps we can also in a direct way speak to women and children who are being abused and their freedom and rights curtailed to some extent. And in closing, Madam President, to be aware that these are some of the same people who, when we were attaining our own independence, that these people to a large extent supported us. And so we must be here for them today. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Manizales.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to give my unreserved support to this resolution on Palestine motion. Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. I'm going to start by saying, Mr. President, that I was disappointed that the House did not unanimously support this resolution 2 days ago. And I will be terribly disappointed if the Senate does not give its unanimous support to this motion. And I will try to explain why. As a country who has still not been able to rid itself of this territorial claim from a recalcitrant neighbor that has been a bully for so long, we have the moral obligation to support the oppressed people of this world. And I would like to add that when we were fighting for our independence, we can never forget the nations of this world that were the first ones to support us, the early ones to support us. Palestine was one of them. When we were in the halls of the United Nations fighting for our independence, they were one of them. We should never forget that. We should never forget, even though we have diplomatic relations, and I hope we can continue to have diplomatic relations with Israel, we cannot and we can never forget that they were, almost to the very end, not supportive of our independence. We can also never forget that the enormous level of military support that they gave to the dictatorships in Guatemala in the latter part of the last century. Even after the United States supported our independence, and it took them a while to get there, but even after they did, Israel still did not. They were one of the last. Now, some have implied that this could come across as an anti-Israel motion, and I beg to differ. And I want to quote from what the CEO of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said, with your permission, Mr. President, in relation to Belize's support for Palestine. And I quote, "This has been Belize's position. Every year, Belize has voted consistently for the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. This is not new. A vote for Palestine is not a vote against Israel. The state of Israel and the state of Palestine should be able to resolve any or all their differences by peaceful means. In taking this decision, Belize joins more than 120 other members of the United Nations who have formally recognized the state of Palestine." 120. we are not alone. Now, when I read a few months ago, I believe it was March of this year, if I'm not mistaken, that Ireland became the first country of the European Union to declare that Israel is involved in de facto annexation. I said, wow. But you know what wowed me even more, Mr. President? That it was the opposition of the Irish Parliament that tabled that motion. The opposition. And the government supported it. So we may be small, but just like we just did in approving the Blue Bonds Initiative, the agreements, that we can be a world leader. We can be very small, but we can have a major impact in the statements that we make, Mr. President. And for those that worry as to what could be the repercussions in relation to the US government, who is the strongest ally of Israel and will continue to be, I want to refer to a BBC article of just one day ago, BBC World article, that states that Israel advances plans for 3,000 new homes in West Bank settlements, 3,100 new homes to be exact. None other than the US President Joe Biden's administration has given a public rebuke of that Israeli policy. And there have been several Congress folks, members of the US Congress, that have voiced their opposition, their deep concern of Israel's plans. When you look at the map of the West Bank, I'm not sure if we can see it from here. This is in that BBC World article of a day ago. The West Bank. And you see how Israeli settlements have taken root all in there. How in the world can the Palestinian people, you see the challenge, the difficulty to have a Palestinian state? Israel is making it exceedingly difficult, month by month, year by year, for there to be peace. Not only that, but Mr. President, if you allow me, I want to refer to another very recent article dated October 23rd, 2021 in CNN World, where Israel labeled 6 Palestinian civil society organizations terrorist, setting a challenge for international donors. Many European nations have been supporting these NGOs. I come from the NGO community. I represent them in this Senate. I know the challenge that we face with securing funding, and we depend on friendly nations for support. Now, most of these organizations, probably all, if we listen to the United Nations Commission for Human Rights, I think the official name is, the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, they themselves stated that Israel has used extremely vague or irrelevant reasons, including entirely peaceful and legitimate activities, as justification for the terror tag. It just goes to show that Israel is making it at every turn possible, difficult, very difficult for the Palestinian people. Not too long ago, and if you haven't done so, I encourage my colleagues here to watch this documentary, The Children of Gaza, on Netflix. You see that, and you want to cry, or you cry. How the children suffer. In the House, from the opposition side, we heard that they referred to a conflict. Now, a conflict, you can say there is a conflict or there is war when both sides are heavily armed. Now, Israel is a nuclear nation, one of the very few nations with nuclear weapons. The Palestinian people have some weapons, but mostly they have stones and slingshots. And people continue to be evicted from their ancestral homes. Some of our very own senior politicians, past and present, in Belize, of Palestinian ancestry, have related their stories that their ancestors, their grandparents, were evicted from their homes, from their villages, and made refugees. So here are some facts. Since about 1900, Europeans, persons who had their homes for centuries in Europe, moved to Palestine and settled there, and the native population was displaced. So in 1948, more than half of the Palestinian population, as it's stated in the motion, over 750,000, 750,000 were expelled. And tens of thousands of them were made refugees in Gaza and other parts of Palestine. As stated in the motion, what can you call that but ethnic cleansing? In 1948, the Israeli state took 78% of the territory, and the remaining 22% was divided into the West Bank, the map that I showed just now, and the Gaza Strip. Since the 1967 war, Israel has occupied all of Palestine. It's important to note this, that the UN has consistently held that all the territories that occupy the OPT, the occupied Palestinian territories, illegally occupied by Israel, and that they must be returned. And the Oslo Accords of 1993 divided the West Bank into 3 areas, which was to last for 5 years until a final settlement. Right? Israel, the state of Israel, has ignored, disregarded, consistently ignored and disregarded UN resolutions. These settlements are illegal under international law, and the expansion continues. Now, I heard in the House a couple of days ago that we should not interfere in other governments' national issues. While that may be so, colleagues, this is not an excuse to condemn apartheid wherever it exists. The highly acclaimed non-governmental organization, Human Rights Watch, has said that that is what is happening. A Jewish organization, B'Tselem, based in Israel, has said the same thing. Former Israeli ambassadors to South Africa have said the same thing after their tenure in South Africa, when they experienced what apartheid is or was. So, colleagues, Mr. President, I would like to offer that we have an obligation under international law to condemn apartheid wherever it exists. And I would like to quote, with your permission, Mr. President, what Archbishop Desmond Tutu said. We should all know who Archbishop Tutu is. He is as large as Nelson Mandela, the late great Nelson Mandela, one of my heroes. So, when we think of apartheid, we think of South Africa, but institutionalized apartheid for so long. With your permission, Mr. President, I would like to quote what Archbishop Tutu said in 2014. This was reported in the Jerusalem Post. The Archbishop said, and I quote, "I have witnessed the systemic humiliation of Palestinian men, women, and children by members of the Israeli security forces. Their humiliation is familiar to all black South Africans who were corralled and harassed and insulted and assaulted by the security forces of the apartheid government. In South Africa, we could not have achieved our democracy without the help of people around the world who, through the use of nonviolent means, such as boycotts and divestment, encouraged their governments and other corporate actors to reverse decades-long support for the apartheid regime. The same issues of inequality and injustice today motivate that movement trying to end Israel's decades-long occupation of Palestinian territory and the unfair and prejudicial treatment of the Palestinian people by the Israeli government ruling over them. Those who turn a blind eye to injustice actually perpetuate injustice. If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Close quotes. These are the words of Archbishop Tutu. I referred to the B'Tselem, the Jewish human rights group in Israel. They issued a report in February 2021. Their report is headlined, "A regime of Jewish supremacy from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. This is apartheid." Earlier, I referred to two former Israeli ambassadors to South Africa. They issued a joint statement not too long ago, June 2021. And I would just like to read the final sentence of that statement. I quote, they said, "It is time for the world to recognize that what we saw in South Africa decades ago is happening in the occupied Palestinian territories too. And just as the world joined the struggle against apartheid in South Africa, it is time for the world to take decisive diplomatic action in our case as well, Israel's case, and work towards building a future of equality, dignity, and security for Palestinians and Israelis alike." So it is for those reasons, Mr. President, and as I mentioned, we have a moral obligation. It is for those reasons that I give my unreserved support to this motion. Thank you.
All right, I recognize Senator Martinez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I rise to support this motion, I'm certainly not going to come here to pretend to be an international law expert or specialist. And so this brings me to the fact that we need to have public education and public and social dialogue in this context, Mr. President. We also join the call for respect for sovereign nations, and we also join the call to condemn acts of apartheid and xenophobia wherever it rears its head, Mr. President. And so we also would want to, along with supporting the bill, have some clarity on that clause that speaks to trade. And so we certainly would like to have some clarity on that, but we support the motion, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Recognize the leader of government business.
Mr. President, I can offer no explanation or clarification for the opacity of Clause 6. I read it like everybody else. Insofar as the position of the government of Belize, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is concerned with respect to this issue, the Honorable Prime Minister has spoken on it at the General Assembly of the United Nations, and I wish to quote what he said. He said, "Our Palestinian brothers and sisters continue to suffer under an oppressive and illegal occupation. We must resolve this untenable situation that has resulted in an apartheid rooted in Jewish supremacy. Belize fully supports the aspirations of the Palestinians for an independent state within its 1967 borders, with all attendant rights, including the recognition of East Jerusalem as its capital and the right of return." End of quote. That represents the foreign policy position of the government of Belize. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, with your permission, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of a public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021, and I will take the next one as well. A bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of a public service for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022. Taken together, Mr. President, the first bill refers to appropriations that are required to deal with the last financial year, and the second bill deals with the appropriations, further appropriations that are required for the current financial year, the details of which are set out in the schedule to both bills. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfy.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I understand it, Mr. President, what I can glean, or maybe the Minister of State for Finance can help, since this is his bill, so to speak. The first bill, the number 6, I take it that that's a combination of money spent by the two administrations. There's a hybrid, there's a combination of the two. And it'll be interesting to know how much has been spent since the pandemic and since the change of government. We could differentiate and debate and ask more questions. Like, for example, when you look at number 6, the recurring 12/1/2021, which deals with travel and subsistence from the Court of Appeal in the judiciary, the approved estimates were $118,326, and there's a supplementary estimate for travel and subsistence. And I just wanted to know, for example, what constituted that 59,000, since as far as I know, most things have been done virtually recently. Travel and subsistence to where? To do what specifically? If we look at Capital 2, we talk about COVID-19 medical supplies and equipment, $490,090. Well, what medical supplies and equipment for over $4 million that we didn't have before? I say that, Mr. President, because this government was voted in on the concept of transparency and full disclosure. So we just want to know if you intend, this very thing used to be heavily criticized by the current government, and we thought that they would give more explanation as to things like these. We know, and I was told by the Minister of State in the back room of this Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, the purchase of a computer, $13,200, but that may have been a typographical error, Minister. It's several computers and not just one. Okay, because I would have wondered, that's a dynamite computer. Well, I mean, we have to work with what we were given. He says a computer. So, but I would like to know, well, how many computers were bought for that and what, for what purpose. We see under the Ministry of Finance, Cap 3, from the same number 6, Coronavirus Disease 2019 Emergency Response, 2,672,744 dollars. But what is that about? What is that for? What do you mean by emergency response? Why is a supplemental needed for over $2.5 million for that when you have the Ministry of Health with all that extra money? Maybe an explanation could help it. Maybe an explanation could solve it. I don't know if you need this money to come through finance for forwarding to help. I don't know. But, I mean, you would figure that that amount of money for COVID would go to the Ministry of Health. And I ask that because just underneath that Ministry of Health and Wellness, it just says COVID-19, $815,789. COVID-19, but what? At least in the previous line item you had, well, it was for medical supplies and equipment. I mean, that not really tell me nothing, but at least you said something. In this one, it just said COVID-19, $815,000. But what? What about COVID-19 for $815,000? We need more details on this, man. We need more details on this. You're talking about a significant amount of our budget and a significant amount of supplemental money you're asking us to approve without giving us an explanation as to where is this money going. For what? What are you spending it on? It's not vaccines, we're supposed to get those for free? Or do we buy them? Or it's testing? Or what is it? What is it that you have that line item that you didn't budget for that all of a sudden know you need? If I could get some clarification as well on the second supplementary appropriation, the number 1, which is not a hybrid, it is strictly from this government. So this government passed its budget in March, April of this year, and since then, you're asking for money to continue government services, and there are just certain things that I wanted to have clarified, and to clarify one important point under the Climate Change Ministry. Under the Office of the Prime Minister, it says here grants, $60,000. Does that grant mean that we were granted $60,000, or did it cost us $60,000 to get grants? Sometimes it costs money to make some money. So you may need to send Senator Carl to Washington, D.C. to raise some money. And you don't need 30 of him to go to Scotland. Just he one. And you send him to D.C. and you have to stay in a certain hotel. So even though he raised $1 million, it cost us like $5,000 for send off to go get the $1 million. So is that what you're talking about here? Did it cost the Office of the Prime Minister $60,000 to get grants? And how do you break down that $60,000? How did it cost? Was it a phone call? Was it a $60,000 phone call? Was it traveling? Was it what? What was it? Continuing on that, on recurring expenditure, we see in the category of, the Commission of Inquiry need $50,000. That's Senator Martinez there, because he's a part of that commission. So I don't know is it Senator Martinez who be paid this $50,000? He need to collect the $50,000? Because all I see is 3 people sitting behind a desk asking questions, and my name called to, and I'm the dead for go. It wouldn't take $50,000 to get me to go there. But they refuse to call me. But I want to know, what is this? The country wants to know, What is this $50,000 for? Is it legal fees? Is it travel and subsistence? Is it what, to print paper, or the commission of inquiry? What was, or why is the government asking for $50,000 for that? And wow, $50,000. If you ask some questions from which nothing will come from, $50,000? You could have bought something for $50,000, especially since it was a commission that had nothing to do with the questions they were asking about. So where is that $50,000 going? And being paid to who? For what? That's what we want to know. Violence prevention in the office of the Prime Minister. Violence prevention, $72,629. Is that violence prevention in the office of the Prime Minister? Is there violence in the office of the Prime Minister? What is that about? What is that about? What does violence prevention in the office of the Prime Minister have to do with anything? I would think that would fall under the Ministry of Home Affairs. And why does it cost $72,000? What is that? Is it a course? Is it what? Is it, one of anything where you demonstrate how you could prevent? What is it? What is that program all about? Senator Martinez, I was talking about the $50,000 for the commission. It seems that they have budgeted some money for you, sir. I don't know if you will get paid, or they will pay you, or what they promise you. I don't know. But $50,000 they're budgeting it for. Under the Ministry of Health and Wellness, again, Capital 2 expenditure. It says COVID-19, $25,624. But just COVID-19, what? Is that what COVID-19 is costing the Ministry of Health and Capital 2? What is that money for? Why? And why is it when you just say COVID-19 money? Well, what do I mean? Where do these figures come from? What do these figures represent? And why are they necessary? What are they being spent on? We need details. This is a government that was elected on transparency. This was a government that was elected on the removal of ministerial interference and intervention. Where are the details that you used to cry so much for? Senator Herrera, your predecessor, used to cry bloody murder when anything close to this would come. Where's the details? Where is it? You want to know how to build the bridge? You want to know the angle of the bridge? You want to know the architectural designs? You want to know all of that. So I'm hoping that the business community in the Senate will ask these very same questions that I'm asking. Where are the details to these things? You can't just say COVID-19, $1 million and just left that just like that. How are we supposed to approve anything like that? What is it for? Land development, acquisitions, $10 million. The government had already, in this budget, allocated $12 million for land acquisition. When you take people land and you have to pay them, the government in its budget this year estimated $12 million, but you're asking us for $10 more million. Do you plan to acquire more land? Do you plan, we in our conservation, this red bond, we're being paid, for keep land. So we're acquiring land now, for what? For what purpose? Or, if we are $10 million short, why wasn't that budgeted for from earlier in the year? How come you didn't know you need $10 million? And if you need a new $10 million, what has happened now that you need $10 million? Whose land have we taken that we now have to pay them $10 million? Who? We need to know these things. If you look, Mr. President, under the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management, there is line item 2038, new green building, $1 million $1,052,000. So that is the one I want to know about, Minister, because I know for a fact that all the monies were secured for that building and that building is complete. So you need $1 million for. The Prime Minister in the House the other day talked about the contractor walked away and the building. That is absolutely not true. What did the leader of government business say? The L end with R and I and A in between? Because I'm telling you, the contractor did not walk away. There was a pause in the construction phase because of COVID. Remember, we had passed the SI that construction couldn't take place. But since then, the building has been completed and the contractor needs to be paid. But all of that money was already secured by grant funding. It was secured by grant funding from the Italians. So I don't know if the Italians don't trust the PUP and don't want to give them the rest of the money. But that money was pledged by the Italians. So what we need to do, you need to do as a government, is to secure back that money from the Italians. Spent a long day, the beat on the chest, but how good are negotiations? So negotiate back the $1 million from the Italians. Since you know they're such experts. Why do we need $1 million? $1 million, $52,000 for a building that is complete. I can show you the picture, Senator Carl. The building is complete, so we need $1 million for. And if it is to pay the contractor, then it begs the next question. Where is the money that was pledged as the grant? Anti-human trafficking plan of action under the Ministry of Human Development, $55,000. You need $55,000 to develop a plan of action? So, there's not $55,000 for do something, you know. That's $55,000 for say what you want to do. $55,000? That's how much what? What is that for consultants? That's for advisors again? I got to the wrong school. $55,000 for what? Computers and peripherals. You have to explain that one day to me, Minister. 12,000. Halover Bridge. You ask for 1 million, you need another 4 million. You need 4 million, you need 3 million more than what you asked for in your preliminary, in your budget approvals. You got 1 million, you're asking for another 4 within the same financial year. It's either bad planning or something has come up, but you need 4 million just for Halover Bridge. You need $6.2 million for the Caracol Road upgrade. Why wasn't that asked for in the budget this year? How come you didn't know you needed $6 million? These things need explanation, Minister. This is a government that was supposedly elected on transparency. What's going on with that? Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries. Anti-violence multi-sectoral program, $1 million. The Prime Minister's office, look, a lot of violence happening in this government. You need an anti-violence program in the Prime Minister's office for over $70,000. You need an anti-violence multi-sectoral program. What is that? For $1 million? Well, I guess if one computer costs $13,000. $1 million. For what? Listen to me. You all cut these people pay by 10%, you know. You all keep increasing taxes on fuel every day to weapon at $12 a gallon now. You need to explain to the Belizean people what you're doing with their money. Go on. This is the one I like. Ministry of Finance. Legal and advisory fees. Blue bond issue, $15 million. If you tell me you save $300 million, you have to pay $15 million, no problem. That's not a bad trade-off. But the people need to know how that $15 million was spent and on whom and for what. What were the legal fees and advisory fees? $15 million. When I was involved in restructuring, the maximum was about what, 1.6, $2 million, $15 million? What's so special about the advisors here? Who are these advisors? Who's getting this money? $15 million? You need to explain to the Belizean people how their money is being spent, especially when you're increasing the cost of living and taking money from the public servants. You need to explain. You need to come more than this. Ministry of Health and Wellness again, COVID-19, 64,000. Why just 64,000? What is it for? Not for what? Not for injection, not for intubation, not for what? Nothing. Just 64,000. I don't know, I said this out. You know, I said, well, you know what? Sometimes the UDP, you will say that. But what I'm saying is that you all came to government on the platform of full disclosure and transparency, and we're not seeing it in these supplementals. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, institutional strengthening, $3.5 million. Man, you as the minister, you're not strong? But we need $3.5 million for strengthening. Please explain it to us. We need to know, man. Institutional strengthening, $3.5 million. COVID-19 for foreign affairs, 28,000, and you said 28 million. 28,000. What is them just asking? We don't know. It could be justified. We don't know. We don't know. Mr. President, we understand that when you're running a government, no easy, no. And I don't want to praise the minister 2 times. You don't get you one ready for the day. But I can understand it's not the easiest thing to do. But like I said, this government got elected on the platform of transparency, and we're not seeing that transparency. We're seeing monies being assigned to certain things without any explanations or any details as to what they are. And I don't know if there is some confidential document that they will pull out and read, I don't know. Something you make up on a piece of paper and just read, I don't know. But from what we have been given, that's how we know. So if you wanted us to know more, you'll give me more. But from what we have been given, it is not enough information to say, yes, I can see why you need so much millions for health, or I can see why you need so much millions for this and for that. Then we can see why. We were in government, we understand what it takes to run the government. But when you come like this with no explanation, and especially since you're hearing about people getting licensed to deal with pharmacy, pharmaceuticals, we don't know nothing about pharmaceuticals. We have to ask ourselves, what are you doing with the monies? Who is collecting it? Is there anybody qualified to handle it? Especially since, with all this money that you see going to the Ministry of Health and Wellness, we don't even have an occupant of the office of the Director of Health Services. So who is dealing with this on the ground? Who is dealing with this every day? Who will be managing this? Explanations need to be had, because the people are losing money and the cost of living is going up. And if you're going to tax the people more and take more money from them, the least you could do is give a detailed explanation of what you're doing with their money. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to make a few comments on the supplementary appropriations. And I'll place my comments on both number 1 and number 6. Mr. President, it's, we see government seems to continue to struggle with budgeting. And I say this simply because normally in the private sector, we try to keep it close. And if it's not close, then there's a lot of things that you'd have to do in terms of explanation, in terms of justification, in terms of why you would not have hit those numbers. If you look at the first supplementary appropriations, Capital 3 the supplementary is 150% of what was appropriated. Capital 2 is 113% of what was appropriated. And the recurrent is 40% of what was appropriated. Again, those are some huge gaps, extremely huge. And I think that following up on what Senator Perfit said, I think that the details would be very important in terms of justifying what accounts for that enormous increase over what was appropriated lawfully during the budget presentation. This type of thing has significant implications, Mr. Speaker. We're in a situation where we're looking at, prior to the blue bonds, we were looking at 115% of debt to GDP. When this type of situation happens, this is exactly what gives rise to that type of situation, where you'll have increase of taxation. And if you don't have increase in taxation, then you have to get that money somewhere. And a lot of times, that money comes from the acquisition of new debt. And in many cases, that debt is foreign, which again adds to the foreign exchange pressures and adds to the pressures on taxpayers in general. If you look at the second supplementary appropriations, again, we're looking at the supplementary being 40 and 38% respectively, and I'm talking about Capital 3 being 38%, Capital 2 being 40% of what was appropriated initially. Again, that gap is significant, Mr. President. I think that we have to do a better job. If you look at, and this is even more serious when you look at it in terms of what the Auditor General says with respect to how we manage government resources. The opinions are not good. You look at the last opinions from the Auditor General, he's saying that he's disclaiming completely any type of reliance on the financial records of government. And so I'm saying that if government will continue to spend the way it has, I think that there has to be a tremendous amount of responsibility to account that those monies are spent properly, and that if for some reason there's a need to increase budgetary sum, which happens from time to time. I mean, we have COVID, that is understandable. I mean, there will be additional need for additional types of expenditures. But when that happens, I think there's also a duty to come with the type of details necessary where we can make an intelligent analysis of why that is so. And we could agree or disagree with it at that point. But with so very little information, all I can comment on is the huge increase based on over what was appropriated in the budget. And I think that I would hope that that type of thing can be improved, and more information can come to the Senate with respect to for us to review and to make an informed analysis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. Mr. President, thank you. I'll be very brief, Mr. President. Most of what I was going to say or ask has been said already by my colleagues before me. I did not have all the questions that Senator Perfield had, but he covered most of the ones I wanted to ask. And I subscribe to the statements from Senator Herrera. But what I wanted to share is this. I know it will be a lot of work, but like my colleague Senator Herrera and Senator Elena Smith from Social Partners, we are members of the Joint Public Accounts Committee. And even though we have had this very busy day today, there was a training session for JPAC members yesterday. Unfortunately, it was kind of poorly attended. There was a last-minute cabinet meeting, I guess because House meeting was moved to Tuesday, so only one minister was able to attend for a while, Minister Bernard. Senator Herrera and I attended, and Honorable Tracy Panton. But I must say that that training session was highly productive, very useful. And one thing I learned, I picked out of that is this, and I can't wait for us to get into the business of the JPAC, is that via the JPAC proceedings, we will do all we can to ensure that monies are not just spent for what they were intended to be spent on, but also that we get value for the money, for the investment. So we have a lot of work to do, and yeah, I look forward to us doing that, because that is a tremendous responsibility that we have. And other jurisdictions, the JPACs of other jurisdictions, or the Public Accounts Committee, Trinidad and Tobago has 2 public accounts committees so that the workload is shared. They meet very regularly. And I look forward to us meeting at least monthly or more if possible. It's an important role in terms of the budgeting process, not only expenditure, but to monitor the expenditure. And as I said, the value of the money spent. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Shari Medina.
Yes, Mr. President, I rise to give my contribution as it relates to this supplementary appropriation bill. I think about 3 months ago when I was here, I believe we had a similar discussion as it pertained to the remuneration of the Governor General at that time. And I brought a word here at the Senate because it was very important for me to echo the sentiments of our fellow Belizeans today who have lost their jobs. A lot of them have lost their jobs. They were asked to take a pay cut of 10%. And so the word was sacrifice. And I continue to echo the word sacrifice because, of course, we want to be able to sacrifice together. We were asked to do that together as a people of this country going through COVID crisis, a pandemic, going through some really low spending right now. We have to be budgeting. And so, as Belizeans, we are really learning how to budget. We're learning how to pinch, how to make sure we prioritize. And so for me and for the Belizean people out there at large, they're echoing that they too need to see that the government is prioritizing spending. And so one of the points I want to make and I want to contribute here today is the fact that we need to have some kind of budgetary guideline that is followed in order for us to be able to see exactly where we're going in terms of spending. What are we spending on? And if we're spending, then of course it has to be of value, similarly to what Senator Salas just mentioned. And then when we look at some of the monies that are being spent at the moment. We're looking at some of the $10 million for land acquisition and so forth. Is this really necessary at this time, looking at the fact that some of these monies can be providing like a safety net for our fellow Belizeans who, like I said before, they have taken a pay cut. They have lost jobs. They are asking for food. They are asking for so many things. People are in need. So a safety net should be there to secure these people, that to make sure and assure to them that, yes, we'll be able to provide this to you, knowing that we're going to be budgeting right, and we're going to be transparent in the way we present our expenses. It's very key, and I will echo the sentiments of my fellow colleague, Senator Perfeet. When this government came in power, the echo was transparency and accountability. And of course, we want to see that. We want to be able to help you to reach that part. We want to be able, as citizens of this country, to believe in you and to be able to see that what you really said and echoed is really coming to fruition. And so I just want to share, Mr. President, that we are all here together in this pandemic. We're going through some really difficult, challenging times, and we're asking for greater transparency, accountability for our people of this country as we move forward and as we sacrifice. So that is all I have to say in regards to this supplementary appropriation bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Martinez.
Mr. President, I rise to associate myself with the concerns of the previous speakers, Mr. President. The clarity for these supplementary appropriation bill, this particular one, has to be properly explained, and the importance of the monitoring mechanism also has to be observed. Senator Sala spoke about the importance of the Joint Public Accounts Committee, and we all know the functions of that committee, and we expect that the committee functions the way it's supposed to function. It can't be that we are only having efforts from our social partners. It's a joint committee, and so we expect that that committee be utilized for its purpose. Secondly, Mr. President, the joint sacrifice that Belizeans had to take is very serious. The sacrifice did not only include monetary sacrifice, it includes health sacrifice, it includes specifically mental health sacrifice, Mr. President and dear senators. And it brings us to another point with the government undertakings to the joint unions earlier this year. And so we are still expecting for the government to meet those obligations. They have met a couple, but if you said that you are going to accomplish those undertakings by October, then we expect, Senator Koi, that we meet those obligations. One of those obligations included meeting with the joint unions in terms of having an update on the finances of this country. It also includes social partnership mechanism, Mr. Speaker. And so we continue to remind the government of their obligations. We are not going to stop reminding them of their obligations, Senator Koye. That was an undertaking given by the government of Belize when they strung our 12.5%, yes, 12.5%, 10% wages and 2.5% increment freeze. So 12%, and we could even call it 13 if we add in the next 2.5 on the previous increment, Mr. Speaker. So we want to continue to remind this honorable House and remind the government of their undertakings. In fact, we would have expected that after listening to the gold medal speeches and of course the bills and motions that we are ratifying today and that we are supporting today, we would have hoped, and we hope that very soon a bill or a motion to be ratified would be to reinstate the 10% salary cut and the 2.5% increment, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Recognize Senator Bevin Carl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of this supplementary appropriation bill, the two bills. Mr. President, it makes me wonder because, earlier we debated the blue bond and obviously Senator Perfit knew nothing about that. And now that when it comes to the supplementary number 6, this is basically about 60% of the commitment of the UDP, They know about it, and he come here and pretend like as if though it's something new. Look at the Karakal Road. You knew about that when it comes to lands. Your government binded us to a lot of land compensation, and if we don't pay, then your liars, UDP liars, will go and sue the government. We're obligated. So we're obligated to do these payments. And that's the reason why we have to come back to this honorable House to supplement more finances. And one of the main reasons why I fully support these bills, Mr. President, if you look at CAP 2 under the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, Ministry of Work, Equipment, Spares. And I'm going to specifically talk about the Toledo district, the rural communities that have been abandoned for the last 20 years, Mr. President. Now, we have seen new equipment just a week ago. The Ministry of Infrastructure Development, and thanks to the Minister in charge, the Honorable Julius Espat, who is trying to get these funds to purchase this type of equipment that is much needed in our communities. Because, when we took over office, we basically had nothing, to help our communities when it comes to village streets and community roads. The only thing we had was one dump truck, no loader. But now, the ministry is trying to get these equipment one by one. And then they want to question about the allocated funds for crime. But yet he goes on national TV and complain about the amount of crime that is plaguing our country. But now that the government is trying its best to allocate funds to fix these problems, it seems that they have a problem with it as well. So it really begs the question, what do you really want? I mean, so again, Mr. President, in the Toledo district, we see now some funds allocated again for village streets maintenance. Again, a couple of weeks ago, we now see our farmers. You know, the People's United Party is about empowering people, you know, Mr. President, because we also see the Ministry of Infrastructure Development, you know, supporting our farmers to transport, you know, their rice to and now revive rice industry in the south. You know, this is much needed. Senator Parafit might not, you know, think of that. But if you go to the roads, you know, he have been in the south, but, you know, he flew, he didn't really drive. So he doesn't know the realities of these people. You know, he fly up, but we who live, you know, on the grounds, we know the realities. And that is why, you know, I come here to support this bill, and of course, to thank the Minister, the Honorable Julius Espat, you know, for making a lot of effort to support our rural communities. Because I can tell you in the Toledo district, the little we have here have done massive transformation in our communities, something that we have not seen for the last 13 years. And in less than 9 months, we have seen this massive transformation in our roads, bridges, culverts, and I can go on and on and on, Mr. President, but it's really, we're going to have a long day. So again, I support these two bills. Thank you.
Recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Mr. President, I rise to support these two supplemental appropriation bill, and I just have two main comments really. One of the most fundamental things about these two supplemental bills is the fact that we have, I believe for the first time, I can be corrected, Senator Pai, that we're having a constituency development fund program. It's the first of its kind, yeah? Who is developing it? The People's United Party. Why? Because we believe in a people-centered governance of this country. When these funds are allocated, it's then the responsibility, and people in this country have to know that every single minister will be getting funds in order to develop their constituency. Whether they're PUP or UDP, they will be getting funds. What is important is that these constituencies need to hold these ministers accountable for the funds that they will be given. Programs, go to your ministers, talk with them, guide them, let them know what your needs are. Let them not just develop funds that will come into the constituency and then you are basically sidetracked or going to be given a gift basket or a hamper bag or whatever. And that happened a lot over in the past administration. We don't want to go back into the hamper, the pantry stuff that happened, because all of that still needs to be discussed, to my mind, and eared in the Belizean public ears so that they understand exactly what happens with those money. But just to go back here, for the first time, and not just that, every single minister will be getting equal amount. What used to happen before, Senator Perfy? What used to happen before? Nothing of this creativity or of this ingenuity or this economic mind-driven leader, nothing of that sort existed before. So the people of this nation need to understand that we have a leader who we have chosen in Belize to lead this country, and you can see it in how the money is being allocated. In addition to that, I'd like to also emphasize that even though we are experiencing the hardship of COVID, we are looking across the seas to our brothers and sisters in Cuba, and we were able to give them a hand, not a lot, but we were able to reach out. That says a lot of the leadership that is governing this country right now. Another point I would like to emphasize is that you can see that there is emphasis on developing career pathways for the young people of this country. How many new police officers do we have? And if you have been to any checkpoint over the past 3 weeks or so, I am proud to say that I can see young talent, fresh blood in the police force. And they stand very firm, very informed, being guided by persons who have been in the force before. And they stand there with a unique uniform with the green sleeve to indicate that they are trainees. The crime issue that we had did not happen within the past 11 months. The crime issue that we had did not happen over a 1-year term or a 4-year term of government. It happened long before. And who is here now to try to resolve these problems? The People United Party. Why? Because the people of this country believe in a guidance that will make the change for our nation. We have created an environment where we have young police officers not just having a job, but they are establishing a career. And I'm proud to be a part of the movement who is looking at the young future leaders of this country.
Darrell Broadley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to make a contribution to the debate that follows my Senate colleagues. And it's a short point. And the point is this, that I understand my role as a member of the Senate to be in part oversight. I understand that there is a fundamental divide in relation to the fact that the executive has the mandate to rule, and they have the mandate to implement the budget and to spend government funds. The legislative branch of government has the powers of oversight. I listened to the last 2 senators in relation to their contributions, and I have no issue with what you're saying. The issue that I have is that as a senator coming to this body, I need to be able to exercise my oversight functions. And in order to exercise the oversight functions in relation to these supplementals, you need information. It's not a point in relation to trying to knock the administration. It may come across that way, but it's not that point. The point is that we want to promote a greater form of government, not a PUP, UDP kind of thing, but a greater form of government so that the checks and balances in the country actually work for the benefit of the people of this country. And so if we come to this Honorable Senate and we're asked to approve supplementals, I do not think that it is an unfair question or it is a wrong argument to say that for supplementals, in some cases, the spread between the allocations, as was mentioned before by Senator Herrera, it's a significant spread in relation to what was budgeted for and what is being requested in relation to supplementals. And I do, in looking at the notes, see the chart of accounts in relation to the line items in the budget. But if there are allocations being requested to exercise an oversight function effectively, I do not think it is too much to ask for there to be some explanatory notes in relation to what the funding is for. Because essentially, our contributions to this debate would be meaningless. We can speak to things that we see the government doing in relation to additional purchases of vehicles and investment in infrastructure and so forth. But these are specific allocations. And these are specific budgeted items. And in respect to some of them, they're quite significant. And in order for us to exercise the function effectively of oversight, we just need to know what the spending relates to. A short explanatory note or a description in relation to some of the funding so that we can adequately give our mind to the function of oversight to say that things are justified. I'm mindful of many of the earlier bills that have come forward in relation to the importance of the fiscal cliff and the importance of us ensuring that the ship is steered in such a way that we do not fall off that fiscal cliff. An important part of that discussion is budgeting and the appropriateness of spending. That is a legislative function to be able to adequately be a check and balance and a critical, important voice to the exercise of the executive's function to spend money. But in relation to these supplementals, we are at a loss because we cannot say what the monies are for. We cannot give our voice in an appropriate way. And one of the things that I would say is that that is even unfair to the government because some of the funding may be very necessary. Some of the funding may be for excellent programs that assist the Belizean public in this time of austerity and the COVID reality. But we are not able to lend our voice to that, including lend our positive voice to that, because the information is not here. So with due respect to the last two senators, the criticism is not necessarily in relation to any specific program, but it's a call for greater information and transparency so that when we debate, it can be a full and fruitful debate.
Senator Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to give my support to this general revenue supplementary appropriation bills, numbers 6 and 1. But, Mr. President, before I continue with my remarks, I must interject and say, I stated earlier this morning, and I used the word amazed, and I have no choice but to use that word again in describing the utter awe that I felt in listening to my colleagues across the other side. Because it's just simply amazing how the UDP, they're barking at us right now and talking about this 10% pay cut, Mr. President, and pretending, and I wish that Senator Martinez was here because I wanted to look him in the eye and tell him that they're pretending that they care for the unions and for the public officers, when in fact it is because of them, Mr. President, it is because of the UDP government that we are where we are right now. And that's a fact. They're the ones that bloated the public service, expanded the public service, Mr. President, beyond unsustainable levels. It's because of them. They're the ones that had this country, and Senator Courtney alluded to it earlier, had this country borrowing $1 million a day. 1 million. Majority of it was to meet payroll. Absolutely not. So they're the ones, so how dare they could look at us and stand in this house and, like I said, pretend, Senator Martinez, pretend like they care about you guys. It's a farce. It's fraud. They're the ones that practically led this country, Senator, to the doorsteps of the IMF. Right, yes, sir. Yes, and like what Senator Salas mentioned, not led us to the edge of the cliff. They hold our hands, Senator Mehta, and jump off. I want me to go. Yes. No, they have the audacity to come here and try to chastise this government for taking, and it is unfortunate, but necessary, the necessary measures to fix this economy. And fix you will. So, Mr. President, this supplementary is much needed in order for us to fix the many ills that this government has encountered over the last 10 months or so. And so with that, I must commend the government on a job well done in putting together this supplementary. And unlike what Senator Perfit mentioned, I don't care what he said, I am telling you, this is one of the most detailed supplementary ever presented to this House. No if, no but, no maybe. Unlike those one-line descriptions that used to be the norm in the past, in the not too far gone past. So, this information and this supplementary that we are about to address and to approve is a good thing. It was needed. And so, my contribution, there are many, many, many important areas that can be addressed, including education, the judiciary, health and wellness, agriculture, infrastructure development. And that is one that I was tempted to get involved in terms of some more details, but I will leave that aside. The museum culture. You know the roof of the museum by Central Bank? The whole roof right under this last UDP administration was caving in. Funds in this supplementary is going towards the repairing of our museum. But Mr. President, as the current chairman of the National Sports Council, yes, and also one that acts in an advisory capacity in the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and E-Governance, I must take this opportunity, this one hit shot where I got. To state that I am especially pleased, I am especially pleased that for the first time, the ministries of youth, sports, have been given the privilege and the respect to exist for the very first time as a stand-alone ministry, as opposed to the traditional practice in the past, where it was usually tied to a larger ministry. Most of the time, they used to tie it to education. So you saw education, youth, and sports. At one time, they tied youth and sports to housing. Imagine, think about that. So they used to name housing, youth, and sports. I couldn't understand that combination, but nevertheless, you know. But this time around, we are seeing that this government is taking youth development and sports serious, so serious as to give it its own legs to stand on. And so, again, as a former director of youth, I am extremely pleased and glad to see the streamlining of youth services finally being addressed after 13 years of duplication, confusion, wastage, and non-production. 13 years, and I can say that because, like I say, been there and done that. So it would be remiss of me at this time to not say what I said and immediately thereafter not extend heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the Prime Minister and his cabinet, and of course to our Honorable Kevin Bernard, my minister, for the vision in seeing the importance of placing youth and sports in such a privileged position. But Mr. President, this administration did not stop there. In addition, the Ministry of Youth and Sports were given a very, very important companion, Mr. President, and that is the Department of E-Governance and Digitization. Is it that? Is it digitization or digitalization? I'm not too sure. Now, at Tuesday's House meeting, I was listening, and I couldn't listen, of course, to the entire thing because matters, you know, but I mean, a marathon. But I heard the member from Albert question the 1.05 million or so allocated to the Department of E-Governance. Summit in the House Tuesday, Senator Medina, right? In fact, I would dare say she misinformed the nation when she tried to paint a picture that, oh, this department is hiring new staff. Under this, again, pretending like they care for you guys about this 10%. Oh, under this 10% cut. And the department is hiring, you know, new staff. Blah, blah, blah. But I really think that that member should have done a little bit of research before she made such comments. The fact is, though.
Yes, sir.
Check, yeah. Can you kindly ask the member to stop using the National Trade Union Congress as his scapegoat in his speech? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'll stop look for you when I talk to Senator Martinez. Anyway, as I was saying, the fact is that there is no hiring of new staff to the Department of E-Governance. What is happening, Mr. President, is that 90% or 95% of the personnel that will staff this department, and that these monies in this bill is stating, I think it is about 9 developers or technicians. They are in fact coming from the Central Information Technology Office, or CITO, as we know it. So it's simply a transfer over from CITO, and as we know, CITO is the IT arm of the Ministry of Finance. All right? So these staff members are coming over from CITO to e-governance, man. That is all that is happening. And so the figures will reflect that, as you will see. So it was important that I clarify that portion of misinformation that was put out there. Now, as far as this department, because this is a brand new, innovative, filled with vision unit, the e-governance and digitalization unit. I am happy to report that on the 15th of November, Monday the 15th, this department will launch the National Digital Agenda and Action Plan. This action plan will introduce what I term as, right, a comprehensive digital transformation, Senator Perfeet, which will be taking place over the next 4 to 5 years. That is what will be happening. And that is what some of these funds from this supplementary will go towards. So units such as the Vital Statistics Unit, I know I looked back there. We all know what happens at the Vital Statistics Unit. We know, I need not to mention, I need not to belabor the fact that this unit is in much need of not only a revamp, but one entire transformation. But it will be happening thanks to the Department of E-Governance and Digitalization. The Land Registry Unit will be another area that will be affected positively because of this. And again, I need not to say what happens when it comes to the Lands Department. All these ills, we take the UDP 13 years to make it worse, we'll be addressing. And also areas like the Department of Transport. So, Mr. President, there is a lot more that I can speak of in this bill, but in for the sake of time, I will not do that. Because I wanted to talk about youth development, you know, and I wanted to talk about the recently concluded Youth Needs Assessment Survey, Mr. President. Right? This is what the funds will be used. So it is money that is worth the while. And so I have no choice but to, as I mentioned earlier, add my support to these bills, Mr. President. And with that, I thank you.
I recognize Senator Bishop Bengushe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just rise to make perhaps a few statements at this time, and I know that I'm very happy for the kind of communication that we have on this side of the aisle, in that there is much consultation that takes place amongst us, and a lot of collaboration. I want to also perhaps maybe share, Mr. President, that it was not mentioned earlier, but Sister Elena Smith, and I call her Sister Elena Smith, one with whom I communicate with quite often, also attended the Accounts Appropriations Committee seminar and training. But allow me, Mr. President, just perhaps to make a couple comments. And they're very simple. A few months ago, I came here and shared on the whole understanding, and perhaps this word has become a cliche, sacrifice. We we spoke of sacrifice, and we continue to do so. And it is important to continue to elaborate on that aspect. And from the sitting of the House of Representatives, there is just one thing I would like to mention. I heard mentioned of what is called, I think, the Era Representative Development Fund that is shared amongst the Era representatives. Some $3.5, I think, million. What I did not hear, and I think it is important to take note of, as we speak of not only sacrifice, but as we speak to the area of transparency, we also need to, as a nation and as a people, hold both parties accountable. What is the audit that will take place insofar as these funds are concerned? What is the level of control that will be put in place? In other words, what will be the level of transparency? And how can we be assured, Mr. President, that this will reach the people who need it most? And those are the few comments that I would like to make at this time as we speak to the area of sacrifice and, in addition to that, transparency. Thank you.
Recognize Senator Chris Coy.
Mr. President, I rise in support of these two supplementary appropriation bills. And as in the last instance, to make comments, clarifications in respect of the particulars of the bills. I think it's useful to start off with the macro approach before I get into the micro or the detail approach. Listening to the senators this afternoon on these bills, I think it's certainly a common position that it's important to have more detail. From my understanding, I haven't been here before this year, but that what has been presented in these bills have been far more detailed than existed before. But that is not sufficient. That doesn't mean because there is an improvement that that is a sufficient improvement. So I believe that while we are improving, we will do better. And I believe that the Senator Bradley, in his comments, I found to be quite useful. The importance of creating clarity or giving clarity informs on the ability to debate, to discuss the particulars of these bills, and to appreciate what is the purpose being put forward. The suggestion that there should be explanatory notes is one that can be considered. In a similar fashion, perhaps more detailed description of the appropriations can be given as well. But at the same time, I don't think, I should say that it is more than a stretch to say that because there is insufficient detail, that what appropriations are proposed here represent an excess, represent a squandering of scarce resources. These are appropriations. These are not expenditures that have gone. Some have, but the bulk of it are prospective. And in any event, the details will bring out that these are critical for the functioning of the government. These are not excesses. I think starting to get into more of the particulars of the bills, it's useful to get some percentages understood. As Senator Perfit conceived, the supplementary appropriation bill number 6 for 2020-2021 fiscal year, that represents more expenditures connected to the prior administration. In particular, 66% of the total recurrent and capital expenditures are connected to UDP contractual obligations. Obligations, I should say, that were entered into under the UDP administration, 66%. So that's basically 19 million of the 28.8 million. So this administration is merely seeking to meet those pre-existing contractual obligations. Those are not new expenditures that have been brought about by this PUP administration. They are simply meeting pre-existing commitments. Another 5.9 million of that fiscal year 2020-2021 are grants. That represents 20.5% of the total. So we are at 86.5%. So a mere 3.9 million or 13.5% of that supplementary budget is connected to PUP or this administration's policy determinations for appropriations. So I don't see how 3.9 million out of 28.8 million represents anywhere near the squandering of resources or the excessive use of government funds. With respect to supplementary appropriation number 1 for fiscal year 2021-2022, again, Senator Perfit is correct in that that now represents more of this administration's policy approach. But once again, those contractual or pre-existing contractual commitments do not disappear at the end of fiscal year 2020-2021. So of the total supplementary appropriations proposed, 45% still remain directly connected to those pre-existing contractual commitments, or 38.2 million of the 85 million. Another 5.1 is tied to grants. A further 15 million is connected to the blue bond, and that represents monies that will not come out of the government coffers, but will come out of the blue bond proceeds itself. So we are only left with 25 million that again represents this administration's policy approach, one of which is the 3.5 million constituency development fund. So again, I repeat, I find it difficult to see that there is any excessive use of resources in the putting together of this supplementary appropriation. Now I'll get into a little bit more detail. Looking at the full list, I tried to keep track of all the different items, Senator, that you wanted to get clarification on. In respect of number 6, supplementary appropriation on the judiciary, I believe that is the $9,000. That specifically is to meet payment of allowances for the Court of Appeal judges. The next item was in connection with the under Cap 2, Ministry of Health, the $4.49 million. COVID-19 medical supplies and equipment, that's this description. That actually is a combination of a couple items. First, $2.5 million of that is grant funded from BEL, BWSL, Santander. That all represents $2.5 million of grant funded for COVID relief. The next $2 million is for government counterpart funding for the IDB repurposed loan. That was, that's the Sustainable Tourism Program 2 loan, I believe. $2 million of that was repurposed, and that is where that repurposed money came from for COVID relief purposes. Next item you highlighted was the Ministry of Home Affairs, the purchase of the computers. I did get the clarification that it was more than one computer. I'm not sure if it's 3 or 4 computers, but that's from a grant of the Republic of China for Interpol computers. For Ministry of Finance, head 18, subhead 2009, $2.6 million thereabouts. That $2.6 million comes out of a $50 million US CDB loan, a pre-existing CDB loan from April 2020. And that represents actually the refinancing drawdown. So it's not actually money coming out. It is undrawn monies that are being used to pay outstanding amortization payments of CDB. So that has to be reflected as a drawdown, and so an appropriation has to be represented for it, but that's not actually a flow. In effect, CDB is paying itself, but we have to reflect that as an appropriation on our end. Ministry of Health, the $800,000, that is in connection with the same IDB loan for sustainable tourism, the repurposed loan. That's a disbursement now, as opposed to the government counterpart funding I mentioned before. That's a disbursement under that IDB repurposed loan. I think after that, then you shifted to the recurrent expenditures under supplementary appropriation number 1, 2021-2022. The Office of the Prime Minister, that's a sum of $60,000. That again was a grant from the Republic of China, Taiwan, for the Office of the Special Envoy. I believe Out of that 60,000, 10,000 has been spent, but the remainder is for the rest of this fiscal year for the operation of that office. Under Cap 2, the Commission of Inquiry, that is the anticipated cost. The 50,000 is the anticipated cost associated with the functioning and the activities of that Commission of Inquiry. I understand roughly 10,000 of that 50 has been spent at this time. Then the next item is violence prevention under Cap 2. In a lot of instances of these smaller expenditures or that you will see as appropriations, they are actually because they are grants. And they're not huge grants, but you have to reflect those. Once you receive those to spend, you need the appropriation for it. So that violence prevention is $72,000. That's grant funding from UNICEF to be used to purchase laptops and to pay consultants, etc. So that comes from grant funding from the UNICEF. The $25,000 Ministry of Health, COVID-19, that's also a grant from the British High Commission towards the COVID-19 pandemic. You highlighted as well under Ministry of Natural Resources a further appropriation of $10 million for land development acquisitions. That $10 million is, I should give up a little bit of context. I believe it's 2020, there was roughly $7.5 million in appropriations for land acquisitions. $7.5 million. And then 2020, last fiscal year, 2020, 2021, that jumped over 50%, 55% or thereabouts, to more than $12 million. That was the appropriation. That was the budgeted appropriation, $12 million as the budgeted appropriation. But last year was election year. So that $20 million couldn't last for the full fiscal year. That $20 million, that $12 million was fully exhausted by October, by September of last year. A further $500,000 apparently had to be allocated for October. So they busted the budget, but that wasn't enough. So on change of administration, it became immediately and abundantly clear that there was quite a bit of acquisitions going on pre-elections. There was quite a bit of settlements going on pre-elections. So what ended up happening is that there was no money. The budgeted amount was already expended. Government was borrowing $1 million a day because of the financial position that we were left in. So no money was used towards those outstanding settlements. In preparing the budget for fiscal year 2021-2022, the budgeted amount for $12 million of 2020-2021 was essentially what was used for this fiscal year. But quickly those sums were fully exhausted by end of August. By the end of August, that $12 million was fully exhausted for all those pre-existing land acquisition settlements and court orders. So much so that not only natural resources, but finance and the budget director came saying, we need $10 million more to finish off those obligations that were already in existence and to continue to make payments up to the end of the fiscal year. So the entirety of that 10 million represents part of that 45% that are pre-existing contractual commitments under the past administration. The entirety of that 10 million is because of all the activities in lands that occurred under the past administration. We're just trying to clean the mess up. That's it. The green building, $1,052,000. That green building, I believe you're correct, Senator, that is either completed or substantially completed. And that the balance of, there's a contractor, and the contractor is mostly done his job, and the contractor is owed. I believe it is Role Montejo contract. That amount is owed, but contrary to what you indicated, as much as there is the hope that the Italians, or there was a commitment from the Italians, it seems that whatever grant agreement or so was to have been put in place under the past administration, that wasn't shored up. And so the Italians have not paid that balance money. So to meet those pre-existing contractual commitments to the contractor, that is why this supplementary appropriation is here. Obviously, there will be the continuing effort to secure that $1 million from the Italians, but that has not been forthcoming up to date. Item 27. The anti-human trafficking plan of action, roughly $55,000. That's actually, if I recall correctly, that's a pretty simple thing. When the government sought to cut expenditures, roughly $50,000 was cut from this line item. And because it deals with human trafficking and anti-human trafficking, we run into some difficulties with our friends up north. So we had to adjust back to that original budgeted sum. So that's that 50,000. As small as it is, that's to make sure that we don't run into trouble in our designation for human trafficking purposes. The infrastructure, Halover and Caracol. I think on Tuesday, the minister went into much detail on that. The $4 million for Halover, that's connected to the past administration's efforts. What they had negotiated for the construction of a new Halover bridge was roughly $58 million. This Ministry of Infrastructure Development was able to negotiate that down to $30 million, a savings of $28 million. This $4 million is the mobilization payment under that renegotiated or that discounted Halover bridge contract. The Caracol, $6 million. Similarly, the past administration had committed the government to loans adding up to roughly $139 million. Through negotiations with the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development and the Ministry of Finance, that construction was negotiated down roughly $28 million again. With that discount assured, progressing the Caracol means this additional $6 million will become payable. So that is where the $6 million appropriation is being requested for. The Ministry of Home Affairs, the $1 million, that $1 million relate, in fact, to roughly between $9 and $10 million crime reduction strategy that has been developed by the Ministry of Home Affairs and approved by Cabinet, but that's over a couple years. It is expected that this fiscal year there will be a need for roughly $1 million to commence that strategy. As far as the Ministry of Finance, the legal and advisory fees of $15 million. As I mentioned earlier, those funds are not new funds taken out of the government's coffers, but those are coming out of the Blue Bond loan proceeds. As a measure of comparison, the closing costs, legal, financial, structuring fees associated with the 2017 restructuring represented 2.1% of the face value. These funds, these fees, will represent 1.4% of the face value of the cancelled super bond and the blue bond. So it's clearly a 33% reduction in fees associated with these transactions. Ministry of Health and Wellness, I believe that's 64,000. Okay, that sums, under the Ministry of Health and Wellness, those are to contain and control the virus. The Ministry of Health entered into an agreement with the Task Force for Global Health for assistance with Belize's COVID-19 vaccination plan. These grant funds should assist the Ministry of Health and Wellness to achieve the targets established. So those, once again, are grant funds. And finally, as far as the $3.5 million for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, those are also grant funds from the Republic of China, Taiwan. So I hope I've gone into sufficient detail to clarify what these various proposed appropriations are for, but clearly they're not in any way an excessive use of resources, but a necessary use of resources. Thank you.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, in a very brief closing, I want to say, first of all, congratulations to Senator Koi for his detailed and forensic explanation of the supplementary appropriation bill. I also want to reiterate his commitment for further detailed disclosure in the future supplementaries. Let me make this point. It's key to this issue. There is a difference to which Senator Salas alluded. There is a difference between the Senate sitting as the Senate and the Senate or any subset of the Senate sitting as a committee. The Joint Public Accounts Committee is what is charged with going into the minutiae and the granular details of what has been appropriated. It is not when you come to the Senate that those details are to be gone into in minute detail. Suffice it to say, what has been presented is a marked improvement, and we repeat our commitment to greater disclosure of these matters. I ask that the question be put, Mr. President.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021 be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the leader. Oh, yeah. The two, okay. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st of March 2022 be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021. Also, bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Mr. President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to provide for regulation of securities business and activities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President and colleagues, the bill states in Clause 2 the purpose of the act, which is to facilitate capital formation and economic growth, provide protection to investors from unfair, improper, or fraudulent practices, foster the development of fair and efficient capital markets and confidence in the capital markets in or from within Belize, reduce systemic risk, and promote public understanding and financial system, including awareness of the benefits and risk of different kinds of investment or other financial dealings. Mr. President, this is a commitment of Plan Belize.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit. Sorry, sir.
Again, you know. So you repeating again, you know, Mr. President. This was in the pipeline, man. This was in the pipeline. Mr. President, what this security bill is trying to establish, I don't think anybody can argue it. If we want to become a sophisticated financial market with debentures and stocks and like that, I think a securities bill is very necessary to make sure that we can accomplish those things. I think, if I'm not wrong, Minister, I think it was really only BA that used to issue debentures or something to that effect, but we don't have a sophisticated market to that extent. And I think a securities bill provides a framework that people can have protection within that bill. And when you try to look at what a securities bill is supposed to do, if you don't have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about, you know. But at the same time, there are some procedures that I would like to see followed. And in this securities bill, I think the commission in certain instances is required to go to the court for an order, but in certain instances it's not required to go to the court for an order. And there is one particular piece where the commission can enter into MOUs with like foreign commissions or foreign entities. And I think that that is something where I would suggest that while the bill is something that we welcome, that we need to look carefully on that when it comes to the bill. If you look at the proposed 122 at section 2, without limiting the generality of subsection 1, the Commission's powers, The Commission may require the following information to be furnished. Information from a person's auditor, 122.2. Well, I have it as in what was given to us, I have as 122.2, with the side note, powers to obtain information for investigation. Or you have another one? Because the one that we were given,
that was the original, that's a...
so it's an amended one, so
Yeah,
that would
that's
be
a
121 now?
Yeah,
Yes,
the
because
one.
it didn't have a section 8, I think.
Yeah.
So, yes, that was one of the issues with the bill as well. It didn't have a section 8. But I think that was just like 13,000 for a computer. I think that was just a typographical error. But the 121, which just pretty much brings that up. So it's 121.2 instead of 122.2. Without limiting the generality of subsection 1, the Commission may require the following information to be furnished. Information from a person's auditor, including but not limited to audit working papers, communications, and other information relating to an audit or review of financial statements. Subscriber records held or maintained by telephone service providers located in Belize that include the name and address of subscribers, payment details, and incoming and outgoing communications with date, time, duration, and identification of phone numbers from which communications are made or received, and such other details as prescribed. I think, Mr. President, that before a commission, I don't see anything in that particular section that refers to it. I think that before any commission is to have that piece of information, they should have a court order. I noticed in subsection 4, or maybe I'm missing it, but I'd love for you to show me where it can tie to that. It says the commissioner may, in exercising its powers under this section, seek the assistance of the commissioner of police. The assistance sought under subsection 4 shall be for the purpose of investigating the affairs, and etc., etc. But there's nothing that says here in this particular section, when it comes to gathering information, that there needs to be some sort of judicial order for a commission to get my personal information. Especially since all that information may or may not be related to the commission's investigations. Because a court order could then tell you, well, look, you can look into the information and the communication, but only at those pieces of communication that has to do with the investigation of the commission, and not my personal communication. What assurances that we have that once a commission that is aggressive wants to look into my personal communication, for example, then I'll find nothing, but let's just say they do. There's a lot of things they will see that that's not their business. That's my personal business. And what penalty could be attached to a commission who uses my personal communication for their gain? That is something that has to be guarded. That is something that cannot just be thrown into a securities bill like that. Like I said, if you have nothing to hide, then there's nothing to worry about, you know. I noticed at section 140, 148 in the book where I read and scratch up. You trick me on, Mr. President, then give me a book and then I read it and then give me a next thing. It says, for example, in 147, order to freeze property. Without limitation to 146, the Commission considers it in the public interest to do so, if it considers to do so, may, for the administration of this act or to assist in the administration of securities legislation of another jurisdiction, apply to the court for an order directing a person having a deposit under control or for safekeeping any funds, securities, or other property of the person named in order to hold them. And it goes on to list them, but it's very specific as to what the court order is for. All I would suggest is that similarly, for Section 121, you could have the requirement of a court order before you get my personal communication. I know under the law, the FIU and the DPP can get your phone records. The DPP and the FIU can get your phone records, but it specifically states that if you want a person's records of that person's personal phone records like that, you must go to the court, even if it's an ex parte order that you get, even if you go to court without notifying the person that you're going to court to get their records, at least have some judicial body say. And to make it without a doubt, I don't know if you want to make a stretch and say you can apply 148 to 147 to 121, but it doesn't seem like you would have to, since they are both specific sections. But that is the only thing that concerns me about a security bill, where you have a commission that can know your communication without having to go to another body. I had as well Section 133, which would be Section 132 in this one. The Commission, 132, the Commission may, in the exercise of its cooperative functions, enter into memoranda of understanding with overseas regulatory authorities for the purpose of assisting an overseas regulatory authority or any designated third party, to carry out its supervision, investigation, or enforcement functions. So if this commission decides to enter into an MOU, this commission can enter into an MOU with the IRS in the United States, the FBI, any investigative body. So you have a commission that can on its own enter into an arrangement with a foreign body. I don't know that I would support a commission being able to do that on its own. If there's going to be a memorandum of understanding with some foreign body, I would like for that MOU to be signed and with the knowledge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so that at the very least then it is at the executive level or the parliamentary level that we know who our commissions have MOU with, so that we can know as a public that our commission is working with these other bodies abroad. It is in the Extradition Act where it spells out in detail what the Income Tax Department is obligated to do, and there's a structure where you can apply for that information to be provided to a foreign entity, but it is there. But that is an act that came about based on a treaty signed by the National Assembly, signed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I just think that whenever, with no disrespect to a commission of this importance, whenever you're talking about partnerships with foreign entities, I think that is too big of an engagement for just a commission to investigate this type of thing. Mr. President, there was 141, which would be 140 under this. Grave indulgence, Mr. President. If the commission, you're talking about urgency, this is another one that you can't punish then investigate, man. I don't believe in punishing then investigating. Have your facts, have your evidence, and if somebody has committed some sort of wrongdoing, then punish them to the full extent of the law. but have some basis for it. Section 146, subsection 1. If the Commission considers it in the public interest to do so, the Commission may, without a hearing or providing an opportunity to be heard, make an order under Section 138(2) or Section 139, other than an order under Section 138(2)(b), C, or D that is effective for not more than 15 years. I don't know, Mr. President, if a commission should be allowed to make an order of that nature and have that order be effective for 15 years without giving the aggrieved person a chance to be heard. I would like to see that the commission can notify an individual, ask them to explain themselves based on evidence that the commission may have, and if the commission is not satisfied, then they can take their action for 15 years. Rather than you just take an action without giving the person the ability to be heard, and then you just move on that information. I don't think that is a road that we want to go down into. I don't think that is healthy for the commission and healthy for the country, for them to have that particular perception and for us to take those routes. So, Mr. President, those are my concerns. Like I said, this is a bill that we support. I think it's necessary for the direction that hopefully we will go in. But those were just some of the concerns that I would like to see tightened up. And I have to comment, it's very unusual. We see maybe for the second time in our history, I know there were some CARICOM amendments and CARICOM works being done, where a lot of questions were being asked on our side. You have a piece of legislation, and in the schedule to that legislation, you're amending other pieces of legislation, what they call consequential amendments. While certainly it may seem efficient on the face of it, and it may save us to have to deliberate on 9 bills to remove one person from office, but this way makes it very difficult to follow. So you could be looking at a piece of legislation, here it mentions the Domestic Banks Act, for example. If you take a history of the Domestic Banks Act, you would not be able to see an amendment in that act going forward if you haven't checked what proposed amendment has been made in the Securities Bills Act. So it is very difficult to follow the amendments this way, especially how numerous they are in the security bills. I would suggest that since it will be hard to trace, that we take steps to immediately, whether on the e-library or do some sort of amendment to the laws, very quickly, the ones that are mentioned in the schedule. So people, when they're reading the different laws that have been amended in here, they will be able to follow and say, yes, this is an amendment that occurred such and such a date, and it flowed from this new security bills legislation. So those are my submissions, Mr. President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Darrell Bradley.
Mr. President, just to not belabor the point that the Honorable Senator Perfit mentioned, it is of, and I want to start my comments by saying that this piece of legislation is very good legislation. And it's very necessary because securities activities are occurring in Belize, and it's necessary for those members of the public who invest in securities that they gain the protection afforded to them by this piece of legislation, including that there is fundamentally an establishing of the the International Financial Services Commission and rebranding the International Financial Services Commission as a Financial Services Commission to deal with both international finances and domestic finances, securities under this piece of legislation. But I just want to echo and add on to the point that Senator Perfit mentioned, that this new Financial Services Commission is really very, very expansive. And the powers of investigation, the powers of requiring certain things to be done by regulated entities is quite significant. And we do have some degree of concern in relation to ensuring that principles of natural justice and due process are afforded to persons who are regulated. Senator Perfit did mention Section 121, and if you look at Section 121 itself, the first thing that I would say there is that the information and powers given to the Commission is within the context of an investigation. So they are investigating an entity for potential irregularities under the Act. So it's not as if I am only requesting ordinary information from a regulated person. This is within the context and under the part of the Act dealing with investigative powers. And when you're looking at even 121, 1B, that you can enter premises within the context of an investigation without a warrant, that you can require third-party service providers to provide telecommunications records. Those are quite significant powers, and the only thing that we would caution here is that we want to ensure that due process is maintained. When one looks at the other provisions of 121 and this section, you can require, the Commission can, a person to supply information to the Commission within the context of this investigation. Again, we would just caution that you want to guard against the right of self-incrimination or not to incriminate oneself. This is within the context of an investigation. So the legislation itself is good, but when you look at the expansive powers of the Commission, we think that not enough thought